into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring. into the ring. Step into the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And now I've got a brand new buddy joining alongside me today, and that's Warden. My name's Contra, and we are happy to have you guys on the show.
Yeah, quite happy to be back here on the desk for Ruthless here, and now we're here at, Invitational Showdown 12. So I missed out a lot of seasons, but hey, I'm excited to work with you here. I know you got a lot of history here to provide about these teams. I mean, after all, there's a lot of contenders, and we all know there's a lot of familiar faces as well, so let's just get it on.
That's right. I mean, there's just so much to uncover. But hey, you're not missing out on too much on this brand new season, though. We've just passed day one, where we've seen all these teams still racing to make their way into the grand final. So still plenty of games to go throughout the playoffs for these teams to make a mark, as we're looking for the top 18 teams to qualify to the finals itself. So Warden, I mean, it's going to be exciting times. Where yesterday, just to fill you a little bit on what went down, we see a lot of all these teams brawl, and there's so many of all these chicken dinners that went down to a 1v1 duel, and just massive clutches happening through. We start to see even like teams who may not seem like they had those chances running from the get-go actually stole it away, such as Homebois on the second chicken dinner. They were just down to one man from the first 5 minutes, and then he just showed up to take the chicken dinner home. So it's just incredible.
Well, that's exactly what we like, keep it close, all down to the wire. Everything is just all about, getting things done, getting the last and final adjustment. But now, ladies and gentlemen, to the point system, all familiar, we all know exactly how it goes. And it's just all going to come down to, who can get those elimination frags going on.
Sure enough, and a majority of these teams have been farming on those elimination points for most part, where, it's kind of tough for them to really consistently place over the top four, which is why we see teams really go full on aggressive, especially from South Asia, where we've got teams like Four Tribes and also some other notable names popping up as well. So we'll keep an eye out for them. And of course, this is our schedule as follows. We're on day 2, so we still got 3 more days this week for the playoffs, and then comes the grand finals over the weekend, where we'll extend it to Monday as well as Tuesday to wrap it all up. So to elaborate even further, there's 24 teams divided into 3 groups, and they will be playing in a lobby of 16 until we find ourselves the top 18 teams by the end of the playoffs.
Action-packed schedule that we have here for August. I mean, we're not going to be even getting any breaks at all here coming from the playoffs towards the grand finals. I mean, heading straight 23, 24, 25 to 26, name it, will be definitely going to be, days you guys don't want to miss out on. So better make sure you guys are following our channel here at Ruthless Esports, because there's still going to be a lot of actions up ahead.
That's right, and I'm just absolutely looking forward to what kind of changes were they going to make for today. And of course, we're implementing the brand new Smash rule throughout 2025. So for those of you guys who don't know how this one works, so during the grand finals on the very last day, the top team will have their point tabulated plus 10, and that point will be the match point for the entire day. So whoever gets past that match point needs to secure a chicken dinner to end the entirety of the tournament. And if nobody ends up smashing the end of the day, then that is going to be the top scoring team to be the champions of the tournament.
And that's exactly what you like. I mean, enough about ratting, enough about just waiting it out on the outskirts of the zone. You want to try to reach for that and try to get the smash overall. I mean, I'm kind of this rule set. I mean, it does take away the stalemates, and it adds more peer pressure to really get the actions going.
Yeah, I really do love the new implementation, because back then when you just have like maybe a 2-way horse race, and it gets a little stale, especially maybe towards like the start of it. Oh, say the top 1 team scores a chicken dinner, and now there's that significant gap, right? So in this Smash rule, almost everybody else gets a fair chance to actually surpass that same number. So I'm definitely looking forward to see if there's going to be any teams that can actually be just as consistent as Yangon Galacticos that did win the EWC quite recently.
Well, it's going to be safe to say, definitely going to have a bounty on their head for sure. I mean, when you have the entitlement, when you have the type of name, everyone's eyes going to be all on you. Now, to take a look at this, I mean, you did see a lot of familiar names. I do see a lot as well, you know, coming from the set of Alter Ego Eras, from Bigatron by Vitality. If I'm not mistaken, they do have Federalis as well on that squad, and you know, I was able to work with that kid as well, and definitely a top-notch player you want to watch out for. Ladies and gentlemen, no need for any introduction. You guys know exactly who that is, and this will just come true. After all, it's just second day here for this very tournament, so there's still going to be a lot of things that could definitely change all around as we start things off here for the participating teams. Group A will consist once again of Alter Ego Eras. You got TODAK as well alongside Vampire Esports, Team Secrets, HORAA, 52, RQ, and HB, or the Homebois.
And in Group B, we've got powerhouses such as Boom Esports, Void Donkey, Sim9, Silicon DJ Alliance, APG, that's made quite some advancements throughout the league, alongside with MBKE, 4 Tribes, and AST. And of course, we got Group C along the right with some Titans in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, what do you say, defined roster here that we have for this Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. And you know, when you look at the nature of the game of PUBG Mobile, it's safe to say that anything can just surely happen. It's just all going to come down to who's having the better day.
True enough, and on top of that, well, I guess teams are also working on certain build-ups, and on top of chemistry, where we have new roster changes coming in from each respective region. So it's good to know that, you know, the teams are still making certain adjustments heading into some of these rounds here in RIS. Of course, these are the squad rosters for some of those names out there, some of the finest of Southeast Asia, where we've seen a lot back in past for Alpha Aries, but they have not had that pop-up performance throughout day one. Hopefully they pick up the slack for today, so to speak.
That's a problem, you know, for the set of Alter Ego Eras. They do have a hard time really standing out from the crowd, but they definitely have the prowess to do so. And take a look at the roster here for the rest of the composition. I mean, you did say a lot of things has been mixed up. And safe to say, fortunately, you know, you get greeted to a tournament like this, and it's definitely an opportunity for you to calibrate what you got to patch up on once you head towards the big stage.
Sure enough, and yesterday's run, we start to see the pop-off performance coming in from HORAA Esports, securing themselves a chicken dinner, and on top of that, having High Dami to also step in to be one of the highest fragger as well as damage dealer, which is something new to see, because back then they usually play around Jingle, play around Sky, so it's great to actually see those form of dynamics. And then Southeast Asia, we've had even Boom Esports securing a win from yesterday, on top of, you know, having some of all these interesting dynamics happening between their matches. So Boom Esports definitely is one of the teams that we want to be looking at for the entirety of the run. And of course, with the rest of the names, Alpha Gaming currently sitting at number 2 with their superstar roster, aka, you know, 4MV 2.0, 3.0. I don't know what exactly to call him, but Alpha Gaming definitely is here to steal the show.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, and you know, the fortunate thing is that, you know, when these squads have a player like that standing out from the crowd once again, he's able to bag on his eliminations and just able to push through and slay out the competition. Best believe it, your rankings as a whole squad will do rise once again. And now we take a look at the roster here. Obviously, mentioned it earlier, it's Bigatron by Vitality. Definitely my favorite here, just due to the fact that, you know, my boy Federalis is working on it through, and so far, I mean, stellar performance, and just notable, like, for the set of Federalis, you know, one of the few standouts that was able to come through and actually play for an international squad coming from the Philippines.
Sure enough, and Bigatron right now sits at the top of the table thanks to his heroics as well, and the consistency definitely shows, especially having Coach Ken really guiding their way throughout day one. So I'm hoping to see more Federalists performing for today. We haven't seen too much of a glimpse of Team Flash as well as ASI8 so far, but we do know that they do have the firepower to really fight back. And then who really surprised us yesterday was those teams coming in from the qualifiers. AZ Slumber from Malaysia absolutely stole the show, moved right into the top 10, and yesterday's run, seeing APG's consistency paying off. This is our MVP, Refuse, that's been really showing that he's got plenty of damage, but he could not convert those into elimination. So hopefully he gets to finally nail it on the dot.
Yes, a lot of opportunities definitely right there. Fortunately, no sustainability is not really a question too much here for a set of Refus. And hey, fortunately, we still got a lot more days to come by with for him to prove himself here. And we take a look at the tally as well for the road to MVP. Obviously, when you got Refus on the top side, you also got the TODAK as well, his teammates there on the number 2, number 3 spot. And on the trail, we do got a player from Team Secret and Vampire Esports. It's going to be Daki and alongside, player from the set of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, we call it Doc 2.0 in that sense because he looks a little similar in a certain manner or so. But then again, I can't really recall what his real name was. We'll get to that maybe later on throughout our journey. And Red Bull, he was definitely the shining star of Vampire Esports, especially towards the latter stages of the day where he did manage to pull in to the late game for multiple times already. And of course, let's talk about our top fraggers as well. Hi Dami has been really showing that he has what it takes to be the top dog of the tournament. It's just that our esports need to work a little bit more on that consistency for the rest of them to shine as well. Optimus also coming in very closely with 9 Limbs, and of course the boys from APG as well as Team Secret.
Yeah, do mention as well, 15 minutes average survival time. Ever you can crank it up to maximize the whole entirety of a round. Definitely can just see a lot more than just 10 eliminations. So that is definitely surely something they gotta work on. Now we get to see the tally here overall for the playoffs overall rankings. We got BTR, Bigatron by Vitality gonna be there at the number 1 spot with 48 to their name. APG is gonna be on the trail by only 4 points. And now on the bottom side, Team Secret did climb down pretty hefty there, but fortunately, for the set of TS alongside HORAA, Boom Esports, and T2K, they're gonna have their own chicken dinner as well. But at the end of the day, it's safe to say, Contra, it's always gonna come down to those elimination points.
True enough. And when we take a look at some of these teams like NetPex, AZ, as well as Sealcom, DG Alliance, a lot of all these points were racked in from eliminations alone. So we'll have to see if the rest of the pack can actually follow suit at the very same time, where certain teams that we expect them to really go full heavy metal, they're not exactly having their guns all fully polished just yet. So we'll definitely give them some time. Maybe day 2 is where they will have a switch of pace overall. 4 Tribes is definitely one prime example, because for the past couple of RIS tournaments that they've joined in, they've always been around the top 10 or so with big elimination numbers. So we're just about getting started anyways, since there's another 6 rounds to go. We'll have to see more coming out of even names like TODAK, Going Donkey, as well as Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, safe to say, same goes for set of 7-9 as well. And there's a look on well, with the basing of the tournament here, you don't really get to see any breaks at all. Best believe it, you got to make sure that each and every team here coming from the 2nd to the 3rd page has to come back to the drawing board and start to make things work out. As we get to see now the rotation here for the matchup for today. We start things off at ERANGEL, we move towards Miramar, and we go back to ERANGEL once again. It's just a back and forth here between ERANGEL and Miramar.
That's right, and there's a whole lot of all these teams fighting for certain drop spots as well. So I'm hoping that they've already settled the scores for a little bit, but when you're a pro player, you won't want to give way to your enemies at any point in time. So, they're not going to let them just break their egos in that sense. So let's take a look at what we got in game 1. We got Group A versus Group B, and I believe it's about time we do some predictions. So, Warden, since you're making a return, do you have any teams in mind that you would like to see winning out the first game?
You know what? I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Might just go for Alter Ego Ares.
Oh, okay. Very, very interesting decision. I guess I also voted for Alter Ego Ares on some of these rounds, but usually they're late movers in the scene. They just need a little bit more pressure to really kick it off for them. So we'll have to see about that. In Group A and Group B, I guess I'm just gonna slam one in. Vampire Esports.
We gotta beat the production team here, man. We gotta beat the production team here. They're up here by 1 point already, bro.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always tough to beat. They just know something that we don't. I mean, they got all the stats and stuff. So, Prot, it's on you now. Who's it gonna be?
Team Secret. Okay.
Oh, okay. I like it. I like it. So a lot of all these SEA picks coming in. I know that there's a whole lot of fans coming for HORAA Esports, NetPex as well, who's been coming in hot from the PNNC round. So You guys could also put in your votes in the chat right down below. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure you do so, as we're just about to start our journey here for day 2. So make sure you share it to your friends as well, this before we get ourselves back into our round. So let's get back into what went on back in day 1, right? So BTR as well as APG, despite them not successfully capturing those chicken dinners for the most part, they've always been super consistent every step of the way. And I guess like the running story for BTR right now is that they've had so many moments where they end up second place, but they got denied by other teams for that win. So we have to see them really sharpening their fangs in order to start getting into their winning ways again.
Going to be a lot of curveballs here as we now transition to the game itself. 14 seconds separates us from the first round of action here on day number 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. But make sure you guys are in the broadcast. Make sure you share all of it and just, include everyone, your friends, family, pets, doesn't matter. Let's get it on here, Contra. First round of the day. Here we go.
And it's always beautiful to see this set sail over on the top end as we're kicking things off from the north point of Zarky. So we'll have to see whether it, well, actually, is this Zarky? Not exactly, it's from the far west. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have a lot of options coming in from the south, but access towards Severny is going to be strictly denied unless if they do get those early vehicles. And perhaps certain teams might have to change their drop spots in that sense, since they're going to be moving into either the barren lands of Daka to stretch out to Georgia Pole. When I'm definitely wondering if they've already settled that altercation, because yesterday we've seen plenty of teams fighting for Novo Noi in the island.
Definitely not really a lot of options here on the northern side of the map. Safe to say, you did mention as well, and one thing that could definitely dictate this as well is where's the first initial circle going to be at. So hey, get your drops locked in, get the loots up and within, and let's see what's going to be the drop clashes that will be happening here soon enough. So far, there's going to be half the amount of teams actually trying to cut across towards the northern side of the map. Pochinki's definitely going to be congested for sure. There's a lot of efforts as well towards the direction there on Georgia Pole, Contra.
Yeah, and that's definitely very interesting to keep an eye out, since certain teams might be fighting for those vehicles, and we might even see those early casualties by doing so. But then again, we have ourselves a pretty straightforward pattern back into the mainland. Very likely than not, we'll still end up somewhere towards the center of the zone. So anyone inside of the island, they might want to consider making a quick move. APG sharing that spot alongside with HB. I wonder if they're going to be kept out of the mainland, so to speak, since there's always going to be those teams eyeing out on them through the bridges later on. So we'll have to wait till that moment arrives, but we kick off with Cellcom DG Alliance on our screen, which has been rather impressive towards the later stages, and AST already initiating on Alter Ego from the get-go.
Not really looking so good here for my prediction. Shots fired now here, and they're gonna go into the direction of Private Massey. Not really a great sign here so far, but hey, shots connected. Pump to the face, finds one, drops on the ground. Reset will come through, and it's a pretty great punish here so far from the side of Alter Ego Errands, but it's a back and forth trade. Delta finds one, he drops on the floor as well, and these two are just hitting each other down to the ground. Not really a great start for either end.
Yeah, it's now 2 versus 2, and they're just playing through the open fields, daringly enough. They do get weapon diff, though. That's the main concern for the rest of these members of AST. Gante getting knocked down so early is not even the good news for them. I mean, that's the chunk of the firepower gone from the side of AST now that he's being knocked down. But thank goodness for Moana. He's going to be A-okay, but the Molotov gets popped right through. And here comes the push over on Zio D, and it doesn't seem like it's connecting. And Zio will go down without much of a fight, and it's all 4 points for AE, keeping your dreams alive.
Yeah, a room of breathing air here for me specifically, But hey, able to get it done. Now you've gone through that, initial casualty, but you got to worry about Sem 9 alongside Team Secret as well, already reverberating around Georgia Pool. So they're going to be late on rotation for that one. I'm not exactly certain how it will come about later on, but for the time being, we do go here to the direction of TODAK, and so far they got the whole vicinity just all for themselves.
Yeah, TODAK's gonna be a-okay. I mean, they just need to move maybe a mile or so to get to where they need to be. So they could just read the room and just scout all around, since there's gonna be majority of these teams to eventually traverse across those regions. So they don't really have to do all too much. Meanwhile, Team Secret's not exactly in the zone just yet, over on the north point of Georgia Pool. So plenty of routes to go by. But the problem about starting off in Georgia Pool is always maybe the concern of getting yourselves those vehicles. If there's going to be just about enough for them to really move across, and then how many teams do they realistically have to get by at the very same time in order to move in safely is another thing that they really have to think about.
Gonna be a problem there if ever they do go straight directly to the zone. They got to deal with Boom Esports, but in the process, well, I mean, they're not really too far apart from Sam9 alongside Alter Ego Eris. I mean, they're just separated by almost like 400 meters, so soon enough they might just see each other there. But in the process, though, they are taking their time, you know, getting those vehicles here to ensure that rotation will come out smoothly.
True enough, and on top of that, RQ definitely have some massive performances back in Miramar. But then again, we want to see a whole lot more when it comes down to these matches with ERANGEL, since, you know, we're going back and forth between these two rounds, and RQ hasn't really been the most consistent, and they're already setting up by the bridges, hoping to gatekeep teams like APG. So they're absolutely cooking something that we need to see maybe in a couple of minutes. But for now, with Esports, they're settling in with themselves playing Planet at Rosal as per usual. But then again, they don't really have to move too far off. They could even stay in Rosal if they want to. So we'll have to see on the next update of the zone. But for the majority of the teams, they're comfortable where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of separation here. I mean, the closest that we have probably is Telecom Digital Alliance and Four Tribes here, just 100 meters apart. But till then, it's still a pretty hefty margin. Well, fortunately, though, we only got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before Stage 1 decides to close out. And that is definitely going to be looking to be a pretty compact zone here just by Stage 1. Overall, after all, we've only seen one casualty happen, and that was between Triberamasi alongside Alter Ego Eris. And yeah, I mean, you've still got, what, 14 squads to go. Definitely going to be a pretty long game. Probably going to go down to the wire later on here, Contra.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that one. And the good news for Alter Ego in between that altercation was that they didn't even lose a single member. Like, one could have actually easily led up, because AST wasn't exactly in the poised position to fully trade back, so to speak, and then not really having the right gears to kick things off wasn't exactly the best benefactor for the side of AST. So they will pretty much be stalled. So they started off with 25 points alongside with Homebois, and now it allows Homebois to also look for an overtake in this round.
Definitely now. Take it slow just a little bit. Bit of information relayed here, but does it come to a point of contact? Not exactly too certain. Now, eyes on the price, though, for instead of SEM9 alongside MVKE, because they do have to deal with 152 there as well in the process. But in regards to the rotation here, only Team Secret alongside Alter Ego Eris will actually come off late as the zones decides to close in. After all, we still got, what, a minute before Stage 1 decides to come to an end.
Sure enough, I mean, some teams, they also do love tanking out the blue zone just to ensure their safety net, especially those coming in from the islands. Meanwhile, Vikings, yesterday, they've been able to really secure some consistent placement points, so to speak. But then again, I want to see that explosive side of Vikings Esports, which they usually have been able to implement, like, full charge onto other teams who are in the midst of a battle, just being that nuisance of a third party from time to time. But this time, back in day one, they were changing up the script. They said, you know what, let's play a little bit more strategically, let's plant ourselves in the most ideal position, and just by doing so, they've been consistently top four.
Clash now here happening from the side of Vampire Esports, and coming on by, you are up against the number 2 squad here so far inside of this tournament. Better make sure you're playing your cards right. Shots after shots, fired back and forth. No blood, not dropped, not just yet until we get to see oil. Now here, crawling on the ground. No never stays alive. Only one more bullet to connect for the set of Vampire Esports. They don't go for the chase down, they go for the nades. And finally it does connect now with Red Bull. Finds 3 Fuss away. Dealing with the hardest player now. This should be the perfect time for Vampire Esports to strike.
Alpha Gaming there being shredded apart. Doc with only 1 HP left will be tapped out, so it's only down to Ease. He's got to bail out of the situation, but no, he is trying to fight out of his way, and he spots out 2 members of Rampart Esports wrapping around the wing, but he is fully occupied. There's just no room for him to breathe, and Rampart Esports will take them apart.
Wow. Such a disaster there for the set of Alpha Gaming, but now we move back to another possible casualty here this time around. It's going to be RRQ meeting the Homebois. Offside control here on the bridge side. Oh, shots fired, but no angle, not just yet. Oh, double shot to the face though. Able to tag him down to half. Not really enough to put him down to the ground, not just yet, but at least information's relayed. He does have a vehicle to play with, so this should be the Homebois here backing away. But Par still connects. It doesn't matter. RRQ in control.
He's just so accurate on those long-range shots, and just like that, he just absolutely choked out whatever possibilities for that members of Homebois. And now here comes the Securance coming in from Nepeko. Well, I never knew that he knows Japanese anyway, so a great work coming in from the old out of RRQ. But they're absolutely racking up points after points. Homebois right now only left with 1. I'm not too sure whether if Simba can contribute a whole lot more, as he's not even allowed to bypass that bridge.
Not at all. A lot of gatekeeping involved here. Or Tribes actually put themselves into the mixture as well, into the side of RRQ. I mean, Void Donkey is going to be there on the other side. Sangbos for the side of Seedall. Now on the feed, we do get to see some casualty here between Team Secret and Sem9. And so far, Team Secret having the best lap out of it. Team 52 wants to put themselves into the mixture as well. So much things going on here, and everyone has their eyes on Sem9.
Well, Team Secret is just so good at keeping all these teams at bay, having some of all these choke points to really catch onto those members of Sem9. And right now, Doc on the other end spots another one out. So they got full intel on all these members of Sem9. So they are just absolutely gating off this entire area of the Pubg. But eventually, they also have to make a deeper move into the zone at the very same time. So Sem9, they play it safe. They get themselves a compound of their own just to hold out for the meantime, since there's just plenty of teams surrounding them at the moment.
Yeah, it's too much going on here. After all, that's what you get if ever, you know, we did see the round start off with only 1 casualty. 14 squads pushed through on to stage 1, and get to see now. So far, 13 more to go. On the rotation, though, you get to see on the map as well. Vampire Esports going to be late there, coming from the western side of the map. Northern side is going to be preoccupied. Pretty much everything's going to be preoccupied. Fortunately, the zone doesn't come too much of a, doesn't become too erratic and volatile. And on the feed, you get to see Alter Ego Air is actually dominating with 5 eliminations here. Definitely going to be the fact you want to watch out for as we progress here towards this very round.
Looking so much cleaner from in comparison to the rounds from yesterday. And Outer Ear areas, they love playing by this hillside. They know it like the back of their hands. So they're absolutely feeling super comfortable taking this spot now, flushing away those members of 52 Esports. They want no part in this business. While Rosemary climbs up the hillside, looking for a challenge. But if he goes even further than that, there is another squad lying in the wait. So he's got to be absolutely careful about his current position, because Vampire Esports is arriving from the far west.
It may be from the left, right, back, front, center. It is just casualty galore here. It's out of the zone. Now, as it closes out, sprays on by. Rosemary 9-11. Not able to get the shot to connect enough to be able to put him down to the ground, but that is quick of a statement. And he's trying to do a lot of things here. And quite fortunately, there's not going to be too much of squads that he has to worry about. Vampire Esports was able to slip by, coming from the west, now able to rotate here on the southern side. So Alter Ego Airs definitely has to spawn in range for themselves.
Now, meanwhile, we're having 2 Indonesian squads going toe-to-toe. Void Donkey hoping to flush away the rest of the members of RRQ, adapting into the farmhouses. Well, they do have their hovercraft to tank some of all these hits for the moment. But DM's not. I don't think it's going to last for too long if he's going to stay in there. So he's got to eventually step into the houses as well. Zeta now on the warehouse, finding a little glimpse of other squads on the outskirts. Sem9 had not many options available, so they were thinking about, taking 1/4 of the outskirts of the farm. So there's just going to be noisy neighbors where they are just going to be back and forth trades, but no bodies to the ground just yet. So they get a spot over onto you, Miko, a.k.a. Mika from Malaysia, as Razak is also getting spotted from TODAK.
That is the problem, you know, when you get to see a very compactful circle, every shot you fire alerts a lot of the players around the vicinity. Now Alter Ego is once again here back against the wall. They gotta find the means to get some definition here up on the front side, but they meet the players of Team Secret now. And don't exactly know what's going on here, Contra, but one thing for sure, Alter Ego Eris, they're not really feeling it as MGN Vikings put themselves into the mixture. Bad News not going to be out. Alter Ego Eris has one more player to rely on. The last hope here for the set of AE.
Oh, they got absolutely caught out, and Alba has got to make it work out no matter the cost, and he's looking to trade for some points before he bows out. Perhaps there's a couple of all these first 8 that he could actually loot out from, but he's going in for his vehicles just to get deeper in the zone. But there's realistically no point where he's not going to be bumping into somebody else. If he goes in for a wide wrap, there's still Boom Esports waiting in the wings.
Circle now here shifts towards the outer side once again. It's going to be favoring the players of Void Donkeys alongside RQ and 7-9. TODAK, though, will be caught on the middle side, and they're going to have a lot of opportunities all around. The question is, so do you take it? After all, there's only going to be 30 seconds before the zone starts to close out once again. Everything soon enough about to come out erratic. And overall, it's just casualty galore once again. You just better make sure, you know, when you take your gunfights, all covered up from the back to the front, to the left, to the right, because there's definitely going to be a lot of third-party going on.
Sure enough. Just a little bit of standstill where we're getting the calm before the storm. Because realistically, if you look at the terrains, there's a lot of open grounds that is somewhat unplayable for a certain squad to actually even get any cover of, which is why there's just plenty of distance in between. For Vampire Esports, they have to rely on that rock in the hard place where they're just forming up these vehicles as bunkers for temporary measure. And they're just looking to trade right back up to the hillside where they spot out members from the side of MVKE. And that's going to be one taken down from the side of 52 as Void Donkey finds a collateral. And over the top, it's Yumeko knocking down on Trang by the tower.
A beautiful overview here for the set of Void Donkey. So far, rightfully in control of this compound. And once again, a lot of opportunities, and they are surely taking this one up the notch. It's just all going to come down to getting the connection, but no from the back. RQ puts himself into the mixture. Finds Gakor out here for the set of Void Donkey. Down onto the ground. That's going to be alerting the rest of the composition here for the set of Void Donkey. Question is, though, will the life prolong here? Not exactly the same statement there for the set of Alter Ego Airs, as they're going to be the next squad eliminated.
For what it's worth, I mean, Alter Ego did manage to farm a total of 6 points in return, so that's not too shabby as compared to some of the rounds that they had yesterday. But Juke, he drives straight into the trap of Vampire Esports. They've already set up for such a long time. And Jiki, he's just booking his way into the farm and hoping that he does survive. Well, 966 will be able to snack one coming in from the side of Vikings Esports. Vikings, they're getting themselves in hot waters right now. And here comes the grenade. Toss of Warzano at 52. And Doc will not be able to last for far too long. But it is what it is. It's only a point for Team Secret.
Yeah, quite unfortunate there. The round persists, though. Now, Vikings are caught in the middle side. Smoke's going to be deployed. Don't really want to deal with the casualty here so far because Boom Esports, but they do have the elevation as well. But for the set of Boom Esports, though, you do take that overview. You're going to be dealing with T-Del alongside the process as well. Frank, though, on the flip side, going to go for the spray down. Finds my boy. 888 down to the ground. That's going to be finding the players of T-Del here. Once again, pure pressure. The zone is also at their back as well, so they don't really have any options rather than to just go for the commit. And now, Viking closing up to this as well. Watch the nade. Eyes on the nade. Pops it true. No! Oh! Go back. Punish is on. Vikings is down. And overall, no sense of definition. Who can come out on top here?
And Vikings, they wanted to form that choke point by the corner with the blue zone coming in, but he cooked that nade far too long, and now he pays the price for it. But yet again, it is Boom Esports that comes in crashing through as the third party. They were vultures to rain on the parade of not only competition alliance, but also taking out the entirety of the Vikings.
Now the round persists once again. How much more can you bag? The Vikings is out. TODAK could be next. Boom Esports in control here on the mid side. Frenzy, they do got vehicles here to play around with as well. Let's rely on that. Smokes into deployed. Coverage given. They're going to go for the rotation here. They got plenty of space to work with. They don't really have to go for the engagement, not to set here, Contra.
Yeah, they're just trying to bait each other out just to see if they can find that full-gone contact 9. Just hoping to at least wiggle a little bit more of that space. Boom Esports being denied a little room, but they found that opening to just drive right into the zone. Now, TODAK is going to be on the outskirts instead, so what exactly will they form up this time around? Boom Esports, they took out the Compel, and TODAK, they're looking to race them for it, and here comes TZ and Kenny going in tandem as they're looking to secure the other side of the compound instead, and now full force catches out Mango. Great work coming from Major.
It's true. Nades flying on by TODAK. Blasted boom. 2 nades flying on from the other side of the map. Who gets the connection? TODAK 9 finds 1 though from the side of Boom Esports. Has to fall back away. 0 looking to get the trade. Sprays on by with an M4. But the shot's not really connecting. Goes for the commitment and the sprays continues. But that's going to be enough for 1 player before Tribes to put himself into the mixture and secure the elimination.
That's crazy. I mean, he just shot it from downtown. They weren't even wary of that. And right now, here comes 4 Tribes, still looking for a whole lot more to crash the gates of Vampire Esports. But the problem is, Vampire Esports isn't exactly weakened from all these kind of altercations that they were in. And now they will be bombarded with that grenade. Perfect lap coming from 4 Tribes, still looking for a whole lot more. And it is about time with the entire squad set that way.
Oh, did you strike at the weakest? But is it gonna pay off? Vampire Esports, last 2 players alive. 4 Tribes closing up the distance. 4 complete players, 1 down to the ground, but the reset will come through. Another nade will get cooked here for Lazarus. Is it gonna be enough though? Finds 1 connected, not enough damage. Gooey is already out of the round. Now 4 Tribes to go for the invasion from the bottom side. Everything is in control. Lazarus down to the ground. L.A. Never mind, it's all over. It is going to be 4 Tribes here on domination as they go for the run, closing it up now here for Vampire Esports.
Wow, 4 Tribes is just on another level right now. Their reaction speed is just insane. And that coverage coming in has just about done just enough to take out the final member of Vampire Esports with that leap of faith. Now we go back into Voin Donkey's territory inside of the farm. It's a gridlock inside of those territories where all the other teams were playing over on the outskirts. Meanwhile, it is all the teams by the North Point that actually secures majority of all these points, and perhaps this benefits 4 Tribes because now it's going to be an easy access to get right into the zone. Meanwhile, Voin Donkey, they got that firm hole and they're poised in that position.
All gonna come down to this. The rogue player of 7-9, the duo of 52. No squad has the complete composition here. All down by 1. So far, eyes on the odds here for set of RQ. Looking to be favored here on this round. 4 Tribes though finds 1. T24 connects with 1 player there from set of RQ. And now the cavalry arrives, but shouldn't matter.
4 Tribes just playing it slowly. They do want to allow a little bit more of that space to be created. They did manage to catch out in the Pekko by the corner. Sharp shots coming in from the lock. Meanwhile, RQ, they're kind of been stuck in between because of that advancement over on the outskirts, and now drops right into the territory of Voin Donkey, getting caught in between 2 sides of the crosser, and they are just about to at least recover their health bar for the meantime. 7-9 unfortunately didn't manage to get much done, but despite that, they still managed to make it into the top 6. While all these firepower hits just overwhelming, where Homebois just got to defend themselves, and I'm surprised that Simba's still alive after such a long time.
Oh my days. Now the round continues once again. Voin Donkey on the prowl. Most likely close out this game. 4 Tribes still not backing down though. Voin Donkey though finds Simba away. And now it cuts down the composition to the last 3 batters remaining. Is it going to be Team 52, 4 Tribes, or Voin Donkey? So far, it is 4 Tribes here, looking to get the run out of this. Team 52 though, last player here. Well, second to the last player as well, alongside Manzi. Roshan tries to connect. Not too certain if that was the brightest of play. Not able to complete anything off that. Total reset.
This is the first time ever the newly promoted Malaysian team gets to play in a top 3 battle. And we'll have to see whether there's going to be a chance for them to be the thorn in the flesh for both sides of 4 Tribes as well as Voin Donkey. Boing Donkey honestly don't really have to do too much for this current moment because they're still within the zone and they have the better parties defending this ground rather than to go out over on the open grounds. And I guess it's all about playing for time right now for stage 6 to close up into the center, and then they look to expand their wings from there onwards. So for Tribes, a little risky though. If they were to actually make their way across, they might risk getting clipped by Boing Donkey.
For side of Boing Donkey though, all they got to do is wait it out. Just by looking at the terrain, it does favor them quite a lot. For side of Team 52 though, they're just out on playing ground, relying on this new shed. Don't really have a lot of cover to work with. And let's say 9 seconds left before we get to see the zone comes to a closeout once again. Where is it going to be headed? This would matter quite a lot here, Contra.
It definitely does, and we're seeing some exchanges of the nades fall true. No connections thus far onto Razak, but they're forming up a smoke trail, trying to challenge 4 Tribes directly. Then I'm not too sure if that's going to be the best play possible. I mean, they could just take it slow, and now all the teams are within the zone. 52 still remaining very elusive. If they choose the right opportunity to strike, they might be able to really convert this to a potential win. And here we go. First down, landed by 4 Tribes as it depletes a member of Boing Donkey, but they manage to finally infiltrate their building.
True, 4 Tribes gets the confirmation. As we thought that the odds are really here for the side of 4 Tribes. Like once again, now the equalizer number here, 2v2 all across the board. Boing Donkey don't gonna be able to get the reset with Jack. It's gonna be enough. Once again, 4 Tribes has always been on this run, despite the fact that the zone favors towards them. They always go for the assault. So far, they're back at it. Stalemate once again, but T24 still doesn't want to give up. Nice shot to connect, 1 more to go. And now Team 52 only has 1 more player to rely on.
I believe that player is still alive with only a tick of health left, and oh, that was so close. Perhaps he's already found that confirmation in that sense. 52 down to 1 member right at this moment. Boing Donkey, they're not gonna give their spot away. 4 Tribes in a dire situation at the very same time. They've already expanded a lot of their resources, so they're not having much left, but there definitely is a little bit more room for them to play around the far eastern corner of the map if that zone actually shifts past stage 7. So Boing Donkey, their hands might be forced right now, and they got no idea. Kidobu is all the way back, so if they were to move outwards, this could spell doom for the rest of Boing Donkey. So this is just a little bit of a Mexican standoff between all of these 2 teams. T24, they do use the high ground with a little bit more of that vantage point to keep the rest of Boing Donkey at bay.
Sustainability is definitely at stake here for Boing Donkey. Pain goes for the last player there from side of Team 52, because it's safe to say so far 4 Tribes. It's definitely leading the pacing on defensive side. Oh, 1 person inside of Boing Donkey goes for the clash. Big mistake, down, drop to the ground. Last player inside of the smoke, sprays on by, nades flying on. T24, the cavalry arrives to confirm the second to the last player of Boing Donkey. It's all going to come down to the corner here to go for the clutch. All alone now. You had the numbers on your side. It was a 3v2. Dropped down to a 2v1.
And this is just down to wire right now. Kidobu's got to find an opening right now. And perhaps from that angle, he might be able to spot Falak right over onto that corner of the card. T24 also watching towards that direction. And now all eyes over onto 52. Gatura, final remaining member, trying to at least leave some room to actually play that out. And unfortunately, I mean, that call to rush in with that vehicle didn't exactly pay off, and now he's currently stranded by the very far corner, and he needs to make it into the zone as well. So Boing Donkey, they just might be choked out by the play zone.
Out on the mid side, nades gonna be flying in once again. 2 nades here on the right side of the map. Zone here closing up. Where Thrives don't gotta do anything at all. And now they go for the spray. Gakor finds himself out in the open. Now the confirmation's there. They go for the strike. Safe to say, dominated here for Thrives, controlling the last part of this round.
A huge resurgence for 4 Tribes to finally deal themselves a chicken dinner here in day 2 to kickstart their reign. And there's definitely a whole lot more with an immense 12-corner finish of eliminations, and that was just astounding work coming from the boys of Four Tribes.
Crazy run overall. That's really one way to start things off here with your day. Four Thrives, able to make it happen. Congratulations to you, sir. I mean, you got to see it there, Contra. I mean, once the latter stage starts to kick in, Four Thrives, he had the option to take it slow, but no, they want to scrape off every elimination points that is around the vicinity. And on the clash here for Void Donkey, notably, they don't have the numbers. They knew it. And what they did, played all aggressively, put them down one by one.
They absolutely left no crumbs, man. Like, they were having that perfect positioning onto funneling all these teams by the outskirts, and they just took it one step at a time. And every single time that they were in a confrontation, they outrightly won it, especially when we saw the ones that were going up against Vampire Esports. Once that's cleared out, they managed to get so many of all these stocks to, once again, go in for even more of that frag. Meanwhile, Void Donkey, they were in that perfect position inside of those compounds, but they didn't really make full use by extending it into different directions instead. So it allowed Four Tribes to claim the outskirts territory, and eventually with the zone shifting outwards, there was just no way that they could outfight Four Tribes.
Yeah, I mean, gunfight's definitely precise. Control of the pacing, the aggression. They were definitely the players initiating the whole conversation up against the rest of the composition. Able to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, on the trail, it is going to be Vampire Esports, Void Donkey, and Team 52. They were able to sustain so pretty much long. They're not really exactly for the set of Vampire Esports, but they were able to lay out a few composition here and there as well. Void Donkey, I mean, they had it all. You know it, Contra. They definitely had it all. It's just that they decided to go for the push there, especially that 2v2. Had to pop out of the car, got caught on a pinch, and the rest was history there for the set of Four Tribes.
Yeah, and overall, look at the rest of the pack as well. I think they've definitely shown some of all these improvements coming into day two, especially for Vampire Esports, on how they've been a little bit more proactive and looking for all these big fights, and they managed to convert a few before, of course, getting overwhelmed by some of the members of Four Tribes at the very same time. Just look at the damage disparity between the two. That's 2012 damage in comparison with Void Donkey that played a lot more defensively, where I guess in this case, the best defense wasn't exactly the best offense for Void Donkey, despite, you know, there was certain glimpse of advancements coming in to try to single out their targets, but it was no match for Fallout as he is the MVP of the round.
It's safe to say that it all really started off that, remember the clash there with two teams, and the one player from the side of Four Tribes was able to get the snipe, and then once they were able to close out the distance, it was continuous amount of action there that Four Tribes was able to lead. I can't stop glazing Four Tribes here. The way that they displayed this round was definitely immaculate on the aggressive side.
Yeah, and it's just perfectly displayed on how the dynamics work all together. And we finally get to see Mela to be joining in the ranks of top performing players out there. He definitely has evolved back then wearing glasses, and now he's just looked like a Korean idol right now. But of course, let's not take the glory away from Four Tribes. I mean, these two work in tandem to really bring the pain to the rest of the lobby. And Trang, surprisingly, also making it into the top three as well with those tribulation points, just besting Mela with that dose of damage.
I mean, definitely, you know, standouts here for them, but once we're over 23 total points here for the set of Four Tribes. You look at the disparity between them and Vampire Esports. 9 for the set of Vampire Esports, 8 for the side of Donkeys, and 52 alongside the Vikings Esports. And this will come by here, Contra. Definitely, surely, no questions asked, on paper, a round rightfully owned by the set of Four Tribes.
Sure enough, and if you take a look at all the other names, they're not anywhere close to their margins at all. But what I'm happy to see is that more of these teams were very involved and just really go for all these fights after fights, where from the get-go, we're already seeing them getting activated, where usually in the lobby, you see an average pointer of 3 to 4. You see it's a high point 8-pointer finish for Team 58, Void Donkey, and so many more names out there. So the race is definitely on, and I believe these teams are starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, definitely, man. Now, future player here is going to be Trang himself. Longest elimination. I thought that player from Force Drive got the longest elimination, man, but Trang able to make it happen as well. 7 in total, almost 6,000 in healing, 58 knockouts overall. I mean, Trang was definitely involved with a lot of these gunfights.
Yeah, these players are looking even sharper with the 16 headshots across the board as well. So it's always great to see that they are improving every step of the way. And because of this chicken dinner, 4 tribes will find themselves sitting at the third spot with a surge of 13 placements just with this win alone.
Yep, plus 13. Yeah, that market right there is absolute cinema, bro.
It definitely is. When we take a look at the rest of the field as well, I mean, that kind of ties them out with MVKE at the very same time, and then we take a look at the midfield at the very same time. RRQ find themselves a little bit more improvements, and now besting out AZ as well as AST, which we kind of saw that fight when AST did manage to out-trade Alter Ego, so that's where they will feel a little slump for the moment. We hope to see them bounce back later on. But 52 Esports, they get themselves back into the top 16. And I believe when we move into this final page, Alter Ego, those 6 frags definitely supplements them to get closer to the top 18.
They've done more there. I mean, they showed a lot of promise, especially up against Clash here, up against Private Aramasi, able to make it happen. But unfortunately for them, once she got to see the rotation, it actually put them down to a pretty tough soul order. You know, when they came on later on rotation, they didn't really have any terrains to work with, and they just got caught in the middle. Well, unfortunate for them. Well, quite fortunately for us though, and for the rest of the competition actually as well here, Contra. We still got what, 5 more rounds to go. Definitely a lot of time for more vengeance here, Contra.
True enough. I mean, it's just brewing as we speak of it, and then we're gonna get another group involved at the very same time. So we'll finally get to see Group C taking part as well. So that being said, though, it's super exciting to see what will go down. So make sure you guys don't turn this channel off, because we're about to come back for a whole lot more chicken dinners to go. See you in a bit.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Go.
There's just one particular reason why I like working with Ruthless, man. Short breaks, because we don't want to wait on any action once again. No, here joining on death, my name is Warden. Alongside with me is Contra. We're definitely going to be your definite casters here for today. Contra, we got to see 4 tribes actually bagging their first winner chicken dinner here inside of this tournament, and much more so over. It wasn't just a lopsided one at all. In fact, odds was against them, but they were able to make it happen.
Yeah, they fought like they've always had 4 members right behind their backs every single moment, and that's just showing the prowess of their gunfights in total. So 4 tribes, glad to see them back, and this is also a map that they definitely show a whole lot of great maneuvers on, but 4 tribes after that win, they will take a break, and right now we will display to you Group A versus Group C, so we'll have another interesting fight coming in from all these teams. And the last time around, we're seeing BTR doing a whole lot. Now they're making a return. Can they finally nail that chicken dinner?
Well, yeah, it's safe to say. I'm expecting them to do exactly that. I'm going to be remaining consistent with my words, and you back it up as well. They got the numbers, they got the prowls. I'm going to be going for BTR for this round here, Contra.
Man, I had the same thought, but I want to keep things interesting since you've already picked that. I'm going to go for something absolutely different. I think NEPX definitely have shown some great strides ever since that, you know, they've been able to qualify from the PNNC. And from that point onwards, they've always been around the top for radar. So NEPX definitely hoping to rack up even more here in Miramar. And we've seen a lot of the display of how they've been able to really make it so cleanly into the top 4 all the time. So it's definitely something that I don't want to, of course, count them out for. So T2K is going to be production's pick, where they've been able to also secure a chicken dinner from yesterday's run.
But we'll see about it. Those are 3 different predictions here, 3 different banners. It's just all going to come down to whether an Indonesian team or an Nepalese team will actually come through here, Contra. Regardless, it doesn't matter. It's all going to come down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we're going to be heading straight towards the next round. Contra, we're heading straight to Miramar.
That's right. I am just stoked about it. This is my favorite map. I mean, some people like complain, hey, Miramar can be, you know, like dry like the desert where you don't really have action from minute 1. When you put the best players around the world in the same lobby, that changes everything, right? So yesterday, I think like some of the fastest rounds were actually in Miramar, where it didn't end up till, you know, stage 9, where it's running directly in the center. You just have full-on fights till it ends around stage 7, stage 8. So I'm definitely excited to see what they actually bring this time around.
Yeah, we'll see about it here. It's definitely a larger map than ERANGEL, and I gotta agree, you know, on some certain notes as well. You know, I got the people. Definitely Miramar does involve a lot of stalemate as well, but it all really gonna come down to the flight path. But fortunately, we don't gotta keep on guessing as we're heading straight to the round itself here. Ladies and gentlemen, round number 2 here for the number 2 of this tournament. And we are live in track here to Miramar. Looking like we're gonna be striking from the northern side of the map here and heading straight towards the bottom left.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much a fair trade for everybody to really get to where they need to be. Even if they want Campo Militar, if they really want to start super duper safe by the edge of the map, they can do so. I think Homebois is already considering that option on the table. Same goes to another Malaysian squad called AZ Slumber. So AZ Slumber, inside of Miramar, they're also just like NEPX, where they've been able to really shine as compared to all these other old dogs in the scene, which definitely have shown that they have all the rights to be there. AZ is starting to really plant their foot as one of the hottest prospects in Malaysia since their promotion.
Well, definitely gonna hold on to that now. Take a look at the drop here. It is going to be sliced up pretty much evenly. There's going to be some early drop, though, from the side of AZ. And they're going to be playing on the Campo Militar. Well, for the side of the Homebois, they are going to be reverberating around the same side as well. But this mid-map here looks to be pretty congested. Wouldn't be so surprised as well if Lab and Dead or Pecado is going to be preoccupied. Maybe some teams as well gliding towards Kumakara. Regardless, it is, you know, just a map that a lot of these players, a lot of these squads are just so familiar with. El Pozo is going to be preoccupied though for a set of DX Saber, so that's going to be all for himself. But you take a look at the circle though. Oh my days!
Whoa! Wow!
For the set of AZ and Homebois, they're going to be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be having a wide smile on their face. Not so much for NEPX, though. They immediately succumb to a little bit more of a fire coming in from Alter Ego. And it seems like every single minute, from the get-go. Alter Eagles always got a challenger right in their city, and they've got them all boxed in too.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just them not being able to catch a break at all, or it's just them, choosing this type of situation. Regardless, though, seems to be that they're going to be in control of the situation. A bit of, shotguns are involved for the side of NEPX, but for the side of Alter Eagles, they got 2 ARs already. That is going to be the AKs we are rocking in. You do have a DMR as well here for the side of NEPX, but definitely not really the amount of choice you want to hold on to. So Alter Ego Eris definitely in control of the situation. It's just all going to come down to when's the closeout going to be.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I mean, Rex with the SLR, he's only got limited bullets to also far out on those rounds, so he's kind of taking the brunt of the damage. And now he got to play ring around to Rosie against Rosemary. Not going to stand a chance at all, and it's just going to be quick words. But there is an M4 shot from up above. It's going to be Domain out on the open, and he's bringing what? A Winchester to play? Okay, he's connecting the shots as well. Oh, he almost took out Domain.
Oh my days. Alter Ego Eris pushing through. Definitely going to be claiming his property now, pushing back the players to NPX away. Now, one player, Precious, is going to be there all across town, while Domain on the flip side here, about to lose his property. Bro, this guy's unlucky, man. Has a bow, has a shotgun, doesn't have anything to hold his ground. Rosemary alongside Andrew is going to be closing up the distance already. He has to hope for something better. Finally picks up nothing at all, and he has his back here with nothing at all to support him. Yep, Alter Ego is now here closing up the distance, shutting him down. Last player alive for the set of NEPX. Precious gets taken away as well. NEPX will be the first squad eliminated.
Man, I don't mean to jinx these boys, man. They're really fighting for their lives, but they just get weapon diff every step of the way. Like, we saw the SLR. We saw, they were on, all these scrappy guns. I mean, it wasn't exactly going to be fruitful when you're challenging, arguably, the former world champions. So, Alter Ego Ares, they take those at any given moment. And another massive 4-pointer being won without any form of casualties. I mean, they're absolutely on the roll now. 2 games in a row.
Wasn't even a gun that the second to last player that was able to grab. It was a bow and an arrow. How unlucky can you be? But hey, on the feed though, Team Secret does find himself in a bit of a tussle up against T2K. Well, Dak 2.0 here is going to be holding on to the top side, but hey, gets caught off guard by one player on a higher elevation. Jackie does get that information as well. Finds one. It's going to be the MT49 there for Jaya. Looking like he really wants to go for the chase down with Jackie. Precision marksmanship, ever so precise, able to get him done. Now that's going to be 2 players here crawling for the side of T2K.
So crispy on that AUG 4X scope as well. I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous, right? T2K definitely has shown that, hey, we can afford to actually trade back. I mean, now that they lost Ajaya, what exactly is the plan right now? Because they're boxed in together alongside with Team Secret. Now there's going to be Doc going for the direct challenge up against Mimi as well, trying to close in the distance as Doc brings in the barrel to play. He's marking onto Rules at the same time. Rules on his return back into RIS does some damage, but only good for one. Jicky will be able to retrieve his teammates at the get-go, and this is Mimi winning out the trade, so Team Secret will inevitably lose one of the members from the top side of the map, and Jicky hoping that he could actually draw an exchange, holding Mimi hostage, and he does connect the shot.
Oh my days, Team Secret. Casualties over to casualties, able to recover from it. Unfortunate for the set of T2K, not even a blood claimed at all. No reaping from the set of T2K will be involved into this round. As Team Secret able to claim the first 4 as well. So far, big definition here coming from the squads of Team Secret alongside Alter Ego Ares. But we've seen a lot of fads so far that, some of these squads, they can start off pretty strongly, but sustainability is not really part of the topic later on. But we take a look at the circle, though. It is still going to be them here pretty much involved in it. Only the players of TODAK alongside Talons and Flash is going to be late on rotation. So much for a set of Talon and TODAK, but the rest going to be sitting pretty inside of the circle.
Yeah, it's pretty neutral in that sense, where they would be able to at least traverse through plenty of all these spaces still here in stage 1. And Homebois, I mean, them starting off on the very far corner of the map, they're taking things ever so slowly. And right in between them is a member of ASIA lurking around. So ASIA, they're hoping to hold firm onto that compound, as this is the direct center of the zone. And we've seen plenty of times before ASI having good achievements playing around the north point of Miramar. But now, with a lot of attention being drawn towards this area, starting off with Homebois, they first and foremost will have to win this duel, and they're already losing 2 members out. Limp Boy, he just moved down the stairways into the crosshairs of Baby, making it look a little bit easy for the man to just pick him off. So I guess now, with a little bit of exchange, ASI still can actually look for recovery. Back to 3 men to go.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. You had a pump shotgun, but the other side had a semi-automatic S12K. So, hey, definitely not going to be favoring you at most. Going to call for a reset. On the feet as well, though, on the contrary, there is going to be a clash happening between RRQ and the Homebois. And pushing through here. Homeboy still not going to be done at all. They still want to go for the fight up against the ASA. Big old spray down here from the side of Nikki. Not enough shots still to put one down to the ground. Gonna call for a reset there. One player from the side of SEA closes out the distance, but in the process, no Vampire Esports gets eliminated by Team 52. But the action continues now. Nikki here, S12K bounty hands. Can't really go for the peek out. One player from the back holding out that lane out. Homeboy still can offer a pinch soon enough. The nade's gonna be flying on by as well. The Mollis comes true. Nades galore, utilities all over the place, and one player will get dropped down from the side of ASI8.
Oh, he's falling so low, and he's still hanging by the tread. Maybe he definitely knows that he's just by the corner, and he's just gonna lob one to secure it. Now down to Tai Long. Tai Long, he's clutched moments before, but can he do it again? He's now withering down those members of ASI and now bringing in the SOKs just to signal a little bit of warning. He heard those footsteps, but he cannot fully place it just now. Zypa now leading the pack, and Tai Long still has one more grenade left in hand. He's just gonna toss it right over, but misses the mark. And that's going to be a sticky grenade being tossed right back at him at the very same time. Tai Long just bouncing all around and just playing a little decoy up against Zypa. Is he going to finally nail it in the back? And it's going to be it. ASI finally wins the duel.
Yeah, able to get it done. ASI squad from Pakistan able to make it work out. That is going to be directly 4 points to their name. After all, they came from, they are at the bottom of the board. For them to have that start, not really the most flawless start after all. I mean, they did lose one player in the process, but hey, you take what you are given. And we move back here towards Bigatron by Vitality. That's going to be a free kill for Federalis. And now it'll talk about the Terminator of the whole scene here. BTR, ASA can't catch or break, and what more? It is going to be Bigatron by Vitality putting themselves into the mixture.
Swarming in like vultures as well. I mean, there's just no room for Baby to really play this, but he's just remaining elusive by the stacks of boxes that he's currently hiding at. So, thankfully enough, the rest of BTR didn't really face check it for the moment, so Coast is probably clear for now. But I believe Federalis have definitely heard some of all these shots, and he's just going to be swinging directly back to Baby, and now 1v1 duel. And it seems like Baby's getting a better trade. He gets the knock out to Federalis.
Oh, this is a crucial kill, but no! Oh my days! Razy for the clutch! Save! Federalis stays alive inside of the game. My days, you saw the eagerness. You got to see the defeat. It was Federalis down to the ground. You want to confirm the kill, but no. Razy is there to save the day.
Oh yeah, the classic bait and switch from BTR. And thank goodness he did not manage to take out Federalis, or else, I mean, he wouldn't be even getting all too much involved in this map. It's just begun. Take a look at this. I mean, in less than 10 minutes, how many teams are already out? Just goes to show how feisty these players really are inside of this Miramar map. And we're just about getting started here in Stage 2. Talent Esports now getting a firm hold onto the church grounds inside of Graveyard, while Alter Ego Ares will be looking to get themselves some first high elevation. And there's already Dog waiting on top! And Badru had no idea he was planted there all along.
Team Secret confidently able to start things off here on this round with eliminations, looking to reap away with a lot more. Alter Ego airs on the other side, sprays on by Virus. Not really clears a shot there. And if if you're Team Secret, you don't really want to go for the overcommitment, not just yet. And in the process, though, Alter Ego has had to deal with Team Secret and had to deal with another squad in the process, and that's going to be them trampling down to the ground, caught in the pinch. Now we take a look at the zone here, and I gotta say, Contra, we thought that Miramar and projectedly Miramar going to be dry as hell, but nope. Compact actions up ahead here, bro.
Not at all, which is why I love watching all these Miramar games, especially in the pro scene where you just have some insane long-range shots coming in from all these teams, and at the very same time, all this close quarter combat is always going to be down to the wire at the very same time. And you saw Alter Ego, despite their strong start, they are getting clipped by multiple teams from different directions, and now these Saviors pretty much sandwiched in between at the same time, and to deal with the situation up against the rest of 52 Esports. He's got the beautiful grenade, BX. Now charging right through. I believe this to be Lamborghini without a name, and he's only down to 1 HP. It's an easy trade coming from Torresbu to find 2 members of the Savior.
You start to fight, you can't sustain it. Couldn't finish what you started. Team 52 had to come down from a revive, and now Paradin's now gonna be all alone. SLK in his hands behind the smoke. Does he decide to go for the push now? The nade flies on by once again. Torresbu's gonna be down to the ground. Manzi all alone for the side of Team 52. Nade once again getting cooked up. Battle of nades. Can get the right trajectory. Falls a bit too short there for the side of Manzi. Paradin still looking to retaliate. Looking like he wants to go for the pickup.
You should be able to do so. There's some stray shots coming from the far end as well. So Paradin's got to quickly wrap up this fight. He's going to allow them to really go in for a save. And Helton making it rain from right down below. Team 52 so far handling this fight pretty well, despite losing a couple of members already. D-Saber goes full force, charging right through, and now it's gonna be Shin starting in the fight, and it's gonna be that tandem that goes in for trade. Shin, he's bested them all, and now it's only 1 member left for side of 52, and Helton just got no chance to even participate.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy run here so far from the Xavier. Stays alive, Paradin. Little of help that should be able to offer a total reset now here for the side of the Xavier. Go back out here on the other side. Team Secret closing up the distance up against Talon's Esports. Gonna be only 100 meters up apart. But they don't meet, not just yet.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a composed gameplay for the side of Team Secret. So far, they've really been holding out over onto minutes generalists so well, alongside with some portions of Great Yard on that 2-2 split, that it makes it really difficult for these teams to really bypass this section of the map. Meanwhile, Helton, he's got nowhere else to go. He tries to move into this quarter, but it is already secured by D-Saber. Finally, they close out the fight, but Paradin is not safe just yet. Some of the shots are still coming from all the way across. While Easy Slumber struggling to get by, they finally pass over onto the far east, and now there's just this valley of death over on the corner where they're kind of caught in between both Team Secret as well as TODAK, and they're moving towards TODAK's direction.
Gonna be tough here. TODAK has the visual setup against AZ Slumber. Alter Ego Eris has RQ alongside TODAK as well in their visuals. Definitely going to be a lot of three-way clashes about to happen near this mid side, though, preoccupied by the side of RQ. They do got to deal with 1 player from the side of Alter Ego Eris, and that is going to be Lava. But Lava, I'm pretty certain that he's going to be trying to sustain as much as he can and try to back up those placement points. But for the time being, no, still 8 more competition to go here. The process, RQ has a pretty good compound that they're holding on to, so that was them. Wait it out and see what lies next.
Just a little calm before the storm, and this team's definitely needed a little bit of that reset. I mean, it's been super chaotic with just about 9 teams left. This is only stage 4, man. Like, these guys definitely gotta take a little bit of a deep breath. While TODAK not feeling all too comfortable on this open terrains. They barely even got any form of cover, but the only form of refuge that they got is that they know that some portions over the north is pretty much cleared out because it's just devoured by the blue zone. So they definitely will be eyeing out on the central areas as well as the far east, where the last we saw, AZ Slumber was passing by that junction, and Team Flash, they make this late rotation from the far west, allow room for them to just wrap around, and all thanks to those teams being so feisty that it won't easily just bump into somebody out there. Enough spacing for these teams to kind of make it into stage 5 safely.
Yeah, just a battle of stalemate here. Wait things out once again. But first out of Team Secret, though, they are standing pretty once again. They do have 1 player down to the ground. I'm not exactly certain what exactly just happened there, but that is going to be Jaiki here. 1 player from the side of FL Flash. He's going to be closing up the distance to try to confirm that elimination. Not exactly to certain as well. If he's going to be aware that the rest, actually 1 player is going to be there holding things out. But we go back here towards BTR, and they are surrounding the last player for the set of Alter Ego Eris. Yep, this is not going to look good. S12 Painted has the Federales close it up, caught in the pinch, and that is going to be Alter Ego Eris now here out of the round.
Well, it's just clean and precise. I mean, take a look at how BTR is playing. They're just really looking for pickoffs after pickoffs, and they just overwhelm them by the numbers every step of the way. B-Saver is going to be next to go in for the challenge, but I'm afraid that Shin might just actually be overwhelmed with the rest of the presence of BTR. He's just going to toss a little bit of nade just to buy a little bit more space. But wait, Doc naded himself. What?
Bloopers.
I guess it happens.
Yeah, I'd say you hate to see it, but fortunately, they're not really in the most crucial situation right now. Not exactly concerning here for Jukai as he gets caught by the DPS of Tops. Flashes in, pushing through, and that's going to be the price that you got to pay if you, Team Secret, decided to play off duos instead of squads. Now we move back here towards TODAK here up against Talon. Naxel's going to be on the side. Nain going to be throwing down the nades. We all know Nain has been able to provide himself the spotlight for a moment or two. Now going to be deciding to initiate the clash against Talon Esports. And fortunately for them, I mean, they do got the players tagged up.
Yeah, without being very respectful of their position as well. Talon right now sandwiched in between. They got to really pick up a fight, whether if it's going to be TODAK or even AZ. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be a good situation for them. Axel already being knocked down. It's only down to Yoru at this very far corner. So he's trying to stay put for now as he's being rushed by all of the members of TODAK. And somehow it's going to be AZ that steals the point away.
Pushing through here, sprays down Manap. They can tell a lot more here. He hops into the vehicle as well. Same goes for his teammate. AZ. Lumber trying to run it away. Big spray here out of Scar. Was that frenzy, but not going to be able to get the connect here. But Nain is on the trail, off the chase, off the tail end. Looking to go for the chase down, but decides to back away. Knows for a fact that there's going to be plenty more opportunities to deal with alongside that. And you don't really want to get caught on a pinch after all. You look at the circle here on the mid side. A lot of open terrain, just a slight elevation that could separate team from another.
So that playing really smartly as they are hoping to actually form a pinch up against the rest of AZ. But AZ does have the high ground advantage, though. Gachi's going to use it to full effect to at least find a little bit of cover for now. Asmi spots out some of the members of Team Secret at the very same time, as they're playing on the far end. So that's not going to be a cause of concern for now unless they want to traverse across the open field. Now, keep in mind that right now, in between the valleys, there's a lot of open space where they can easily get shot, which is why they're being absolutely careful about this situation right at this moment. And the rest of Team's Flash finally making their presence felt in this matchup. They've already secured 3 points, and they want to go up against their brothers from Vietnam, Team Secret. Xerus right across, and Tops always have been looking for all these long-range opportunities, so he's just going to be marking their location. Perhaps Team Flash can send more members in, but there's still pressure from down below.
Getting through. A lot more things to come by with. TODAK versus crew here. Backs away. Team Secret and Team Flash, though, might just get caught in the pinch, but AZ somewhere finds the bullets to connect up in their faces. Unfortunate. But it's going to be one more player they're going to rely on here to try to stay alive for this game.
Very tough particularly for Gachi. He's trying to find as much cover as he can, and he will not be able to stand firm up against Kenny, who just got brought in from Set 9, and he's already working so hard for this rest of TODAK, having a whole lot more firepower to work with this time with the rest of his squad. Team Secret right now still being challenged and contested with only these two members. They're trying to hold firm. They managed to get the knockover on Bows. Win now trying to salvage this situation, and he's got to find an opening pick. But this is just a little bit tough because he does not have any form of vision up against those members of Secret.
Away. Here behind the trunk. Back in Team Secret. Despite the disparity that they were put up earlier, looking to sustain. In fact, they are putting up the impact once again. Bows down here for the side of Team Flash. Only to come down now towards Win alongside Tops here to make that rotation and try to stay alive inside of this game. TODAK, though, is going to be there from the backside of Team Secret, and it's going to be Kenny looking for the overview alongside Manap as well. But if you are looking at the players of RIQ, they're pretty much here sitting pretty inside of the compound.
Oh yeah, they are going to be guarding this zone for the rest of this matchup, and the rest of these teams might actually look to challenge. And this T junction is just so tough for them to actually play through the valleys. And take a look at Team Flash; they're so far over on the south side, and they're still dealing with the situation between Team Secret. They're on this gridlock where they're just holding each other hostage. And interesting enough, RQ sends 2 members on the other quarter, and that shot connecting will send TODAK with a dominating streak of 5 points.
That seems to be leading the way here so far. Able to deal with Team Secret now. What comes to life next? A man on a horse from the side of BTR. Yep, not really the best of last year for the side of BTR. After all, you only got 3 members here to work with. And you got 1 player here pretty much securely out of this round. Not unless the horse can provide the coverage, but nope. Smoke's gonna be deployed here, puts up through, and he might just be able to slip by with his life here on his life as well.
Oh, that's a very risky attempt, but they're still trying to actually bid for it.
No way.
I mean, they gotta try to salvage whatever they could, and maybe the horse actually did tank a couple of all these shots, and TODAK just could not really secure it.
What a manly horse. What a strong horse there, but hey, in all seriousness here, the Xavier Shin gonna be closing it up here up against the 3 players of BTR. Oh, he wants to go for the chase down, but once again, finds the player up the cross. The Xavier's out, top 4 remains.
Man, Coach Canada is just insane with his coverage every single time. I mean, those saves, immaculate. Right now, RQ goes in for the direct duel. Lapard now slips all the way downwards. So he does buy a little bit more of that space, but up against 2 members of Team Flash, a little tough to do. Lapard's just going to find an alternative as he's just trying to call in for a little bit more backing coming in from the back row right down below. Jeff Stye over on the far end. He's managed to get a glimpse out of win, but I don't think that he's got the right scopes for it. I mean, 3x on that AR is just not going to quite cut it.
Ooh. Tough. Pretty tough. Coming through. To the board. The music intensifies. The scene extends here with Flash finding the shot up against RQ. But little did he know, BTR might just close out the distance soon enough as well. This is a very tough situation here for either ends, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, this RQ double split is just working so well. And GFSI is just really receiving all this intel that they need to seize whatever opportunity there is. When despite him getting that knock, he could not actually afford to even set foot forward because of that coverage coming from GF. And right now, all eyes on Team Flash. What is the next best play? I mean, they're still Tops. They are still trying to find a little bit more room. Tops is already inside the zone, but not quite yet for the side of Wins, where he will be looking to book out with his vehicle. And perhaps the play is to really crash around to that compound where the other 2 members of RQ is holding at.
One player thrown down here. Has his back open. Looking to win. I just have to go for commitment here off the gunfight. Winch just trying to sustain there. Little knows well, just next beside the player of RQ, but he's still able to get the connection. Find Spicy away, should be a guaranteed elimination. But BTR on the feed finds Spicy instead. No Federalis beats Win to it.
Oh, he stole the point away. I mean, Win, that was a massive catch though. And right now, it allows the rest of TODAK to also swing right through. And Tops, he's under siege. Can they actually hold firm with the DBS? Not quite so. And TODAK now gets a little bit more of that opportunity as they're playing for a win right now up against the rest of RQ. BTR somehow still held firm. They were unchallenged, but the tires popped. Win stranded in between, and he could not fight back.
TODAK, RQ, BTR tied up with 3 players on their squad. TODAK though caught on the mid side, out in the open. Only has the buggy in the smoke to work with alongside the rocks. Shouldn't matter. Getting trampled apart by both players of RQ and TODAK and BTR. This is tough. So tough for TODAK here, Contra.
Extremely tough, especially now they're in the middle of the streets, relying on whatever smokes that they do have for the time being. Raising it right now. Taking charge by the corner of the wall as he will try to find a little bit more of a glimpse up against both RQ as well as TODAK at the very same time. This three-way tie is just so tough to navigate around. 9 now stranded as the tires are now being popped away from the buggy. Despite those smokes being popped a little late, perhaps it can form a little decoy for him to quickly reposition, but there is the pressure coming in from the Pekko, trying to challenge up against Kenny. And RQ, they have to leave a little bit more of that wiggle room over on the back, and perhaps they might not really get much of an angle because they're playing from the warehouses where if you were to peek out, you might just be spotted out by BTR.
There's like a foot race here for RQ and BTR to find a means to eliminate TODAK, and that will be favoring them at most. After all, TODAK has a complete set of players, but BTR decides to come across here on Smith Street. Closing up now, Smokes covering them. Ken able to slip by, but the nade connects with 2 players. Oh, Federellis. Oh, Razy's gonna be down to the ground. Ken all alone now here up against 3 players of RQ. Now here, closing it up, Lapar leads the way, sprays on by. One more bullet to connect here for the side of player of BTR, but the S12 shuts it all away, and BTR is eliminated. TODAK, RQ, 3v4, upstake.
Swabel with that insane nade just shows RQ's dominance here in Miramar as the Kings of Kings are looking to bag it home. They do have 1 member deficit up against TODAK, but TODAK have been able to just control the entirety of the zone. So RQ, they're pressured to really find a pickup here, or else this will all go down for nothing.
Oh, TODAK, can he find Slapar away? Your RQ. You want to close this one out? You've done your efforts already to take down BTR, but TODAK is on the prowl. I'll come and close this one through as well. They're surrounding the perimeter. Here 9 closing it up now. Smoke's gonna be deployed as well. Frenzy on the other side of the map. Definitely trying to get the players RQ here off a pinch.
Sending 9 here to also close in the distance, dropping a couple of nades to pressure them on. All they really have to do is wait for that zone to subside, and then the rest of RQ will have to leave out of that territory, and now they're trying to deal with 9, but the moment they step out, it's Fratizzi finding the mark, and just like that, they trade right back. Lapar making it possible. 2 versus 3. What's going to be the call here? Lapar, now he tries to go 1v2, and it is the Malaysians. TODAK here, drawing their swords to the top.
Woo! Talk about the sustainability, the survivability that they were able to offer on the last and final few clashes. My days, out in the open. BTR alongside RQ was on the foot race to take them away from the competition. But my days, still was able to make it work out. Hands down, definitely a clutchy team we have here.
It's just insane, right? This 3-way warfare between all of them were just so technical. But what really impressed me the most about TODAK is not just their surefire power. It's all along from their point of contact, they were just playing over the outskirts, setting up traps after traps to funnel these numbers back. Kenny, the brand new transfer from 7-9, is just showing that he is really in the top of his game. And now with all these brand new teammates to further supplement him, he is absolutely on fire.
I'm lost for words. It seemed like that the whole world was against them. Even leading up to that very moment, a lot of times they were up stake. Caught in a pinch, didn't matter for them. And I thought that at some point, it was only 3 players remaining. That didn't happen. They're able to sustain their 4th member there, and they were just able to get it done. All sprees, all eyes here for TODAK.
Yep, it's just beautiful execution all around. And then the moment where the zone actually closes over onto the outskirts, they knew that they had this one in the back. When then you saw that firm chokehold that they placed up against RQ was just overwhelming. And then we go back to that battle between BTR as well as RQ, right? I mean, so Phil, that nade just fully put a dent onto BTR, where if they did not manage to stop them on the tracks during that very moment, it could very well even be BTR at number 2 to really try to take that spot away. So good job for the top 4, as it consists of majority SEA teams, with TODAK securing their first ever win here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
We're definitely seeing a lot of stories here turned around for sure, Contra. I don't exactly know what's up here for today, but hey, it's just them able to take the spotlight here for this one. And clearly, I mean, in regards to the damage here, clear disparity alongside eliminations, TODAK rightfully just claimed this round for themselves.
Yeah, it just goes to show that they have just clear communication all around, right? Where they're planning members into very different spots in order to form this kind of funnel for different situations, and then down to, you know, that final duel. It's a little bit more straightforward from that point onwards, but RQ, it was pretty much a grand plan of them going on that 2-2 split. They had two members spread out, and then eventually when they reconvened into that warehouse, it didn't seem like they had enough room. But Kenny, oh Kenny, I mean, he's been really hitting the mark perfectly. So 6 submission points, although could use a little bit more frags. But then again, you're playing Miramar, man. You're relying on just raw aim and talent, and Kenny's got both of them.
Well, yeah, we're able to lead the pack there. And how much more we see from them is the question. On the prowl, though, is going to be ASA Crypto with 3 eliminations to his name. There's just, well, 3 alongside Jike. I mean, fortunate for the South Team Secret, they got 2 players here, sling it all down, combined for 6. At least on the top performance here for this very round of Miramar. Well, for the side of ASA, I got to note, though, I mean, they seem to have a pretty strong start as well here on towards this round, but unfortunate mishaps happened at the latter part, and, well, just didn't really able to push through at the end.
Fair enough, and it's also great to see that ASI having Crypto to put some points back, as they desperately need it right now to still make advancements through the ladder. Majority of these Team Secret members, they were just winding all these great avenues through their hometown spot in Minas Generalis, and they just really held firm onto the high ground. And take a look at the rest of the field as well. I mean, other than the chicken leader secured by TODAK, it's been great work coming from Team Secret as well as RQ, with only 1 point separating each, with 11 points for Team Secret. And it's a tie between RQ as well as Bigatron, which both of them were fighting for that number 2 spot. And Team Flash walking with 7 points alongside with the Savior. So it's a very SEA heavy top 10 if you actually look at the numbers right now. SI8 managing to only draw 4, whereas NetX, T2K, they were the first few casualties, so they didn't really have all too much room to play, unfortunately.
Yep, not at all. And, you know, that's just, you know, the price that you got to pay, especially when you don't really put some extra efforts in regards to getting into the best of terrain. And, you know, the fortunate for the side of, you know, teams like TODAK is that they really took the gamble, especially in regards to putting themselves at the best situation. Now we get to see one player get featured here from the set of AZ Slumber. Hey, interesting stat line that we have here.
Yeah, 375 distance coverage is something that we will definitely expect coming from Miramar, but from Gacha Kuta, the new kid on the block from Malaysia, showing that he can really brawl with some of the best out there in the field. And on top of that, what's interesting is the stats right now. We have lesser throwables, lesser eliminations, lesser headshots. I mean, these teams, as much as we talked a lot about all these long to mid-range kind of shots, they still love to really take those fights on close proximity for most part, because they always carry around a DBS or a shotgun, so to speak, just to clear certain compounds. And it seemed like they've been able to do just that. Team Secret, they search up ahead, and right now claims that number 2 position, as we see APG slide down since they don't participate in this Miramar round. But they will be back in the upcoming match. Vampire Esports and RRQ also seeing massive improvements here to secure the top 6.
Oof. Big climb here for the side of Team Secret, though, despite the fact that they were able to pull away with a round. TODAK, though, on the flip side, best believe it. First, to be able to get it done. Now going to be able to climb 10 rankings here contra. Well, 52 going to be able to get some progression as well. Or this drop down to 2, which is going to be pretty unfortunate. I mean, you are looking at the top dog of the competition, but fortunately, it's not going to be too far apart from the initial you know, top. I mean, they are still at the top 10, so still 3 more rounds to go for them to probably recover from it.
Yeah, and then over onto the bottom of the barrel right now. NetX did manage to claim any points, so they remain stagnating on to 25 points. So the number to beat right now is 21 points, being held by both Void Donkey as well as Talon. That will change very, very soon, as the next game is going to be down in a couple of minutes or so. But man, Warden, I mean, we are looking at a rapid pace inside Miramar that we didn't. By stage 5, we've only had like, what, 7 teams left in comparison to ERANGEL. Like, these guys just keep on fighting and fighting to the point that there's just a lot more room for these players to play long range. So it definitely was interesting. But going back to ERANGEL, we want to see even more of that bloodshed. So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more chicken dinners to come. Well, just like the past match, it seems like we only take a couple of breaths before we continue on with our next run, and we're already getting ourselves ready for our third matchup as we dive back into ERANGEL. But Warden, I know you at first you weren't a big fan of Miramar. Did that last round kind of change your mind on, you know, how everything went on?
It definitely did, man. I mean, it wasn't even just the last round. It wasn't even the last circle. It was all the way down from the start. We barely got to see any stalemate. I think the most amount of times that we had a dry run was, what, 2 minutes at most, and that's pretty rare to come around with now here for Miramar. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go back and forth with ERANGEL with Miramar, and definitely after Miramar, go back to ERANGEL. It's to say, and now the groups are going to be playing. Now this time around is going to be Group B and Group C. So let's see if Fort Thrives has what it takes to put up the same numbers, same impact here, this time up against the competition of Group C.
Yeah, and on top of that, Boom Esports, APG making another return, and you know, APG in one of those rounds they fall flat, no points whatsoever, and right now they're kind of having this sluggish start. I'm thinking that they feel a little bit more fired up now that they had a lot of time to really think through like what really was some of the mistakes that were committed in that past round. So I'm thinking APG could finally nail themselves a win here.
Could be the case. Could be the case. I mean, APG running it down, but for me, honestly, I think I might have to go back to back here towards BTR. I mean, they were close. I mean, they were on the number 3 spot, but the thing is, the nade really put them down right instead of RRQ. If mishaps like that could happen, if they can have the sustainability to actually run it through with the complete set of squad, I feel like with the way that they're able to set up the crossfires and control the lanes, the compounds, they might have a strong chance here, especially in ERANGEL.
Yeah, so far, I mean, BTR is still very consistent. And once again, I think the story continues where they were denied so many of all these opportunities towards the tail end. And oh, very interesting pick right now coming from Prot. They're going with Sem9. I mean, you got to root for good old Yuhai, who's been in the roster for some time. I mean, this guy was one of the stars of BTR back in the past, and returning back to Malaysia, he's definitely shown some brilliance and matured along the way as well. So I guess now he's taking on a very different role where he's still pretty much a certain kind of IGL who still frags from time to time. So I really want to see maybe a different kind of dynamic coming from Sem9. There were times where they just feel Furin together alongside with this roster, and Furin definitely changes the whole ballgame because he's such a massive support for the team of Sem9.
We'll see about it here, Sem9. I mean, they're down there on the board. Let's see if they're going to be able to put up enough here on this round. I mean, after all, you talk about one team and their team will prevail, so on and so forth, and that's just the beauty of PUBG Mobile, unpredictability. And it can truly happen. The zone is a factor, the circle is a factor, the loot is a factor. Everything is just pretty volatile here. But hey, fortunately we go back now here towards ERANGEL, and this time around looking like we are striking from the north side of the map, specifically on the Georgia Pool side. So not going to be seeing a lot of competition here, definitely on the eastern side here, Contra.
Sure enough, and this definitely allows certain teams like Team Secret as well as Sem9 to get to where they love most, around that Georgia Pool area. And seemingly enough, these two never really got themselves into any form of altercation just yet. I mean, things might change moving into this matchup, as this also allows that access into the island, which is definitely vital for teams like APG to get to where they need to be. But the problem is, for those who love to move into areas like Farm or even Milta, the Pubg, that's a long stretch. So we'll have to see how do they actually make amends. Are they going to fight for some of these vehicles or so? And look at the current standpoint, T2K as well as ASI, they're flowing towards 70. So I think they're definitely bound for a little bit of challenge, just like how they did from yesterday.
Definitely. Sarky, though, is going to be pre-congested by the players of Talon, and I think they're going to be splitting up as well towards the apartment side of Georgia Pool. Easy Slumber, though, is going to be on the container side specifically. Well, on the bottom side, APG, this definitely going to be gliding across military base. Well, Boyne Donkins will have remarks for himself, but Messi, though, once again, within a situation earlier on ERANGEL, going to be starting things off here with a clash. They look to try to close out, but they lose one player in the process, and that's just the price you got to pay once again. Play it too aggressively, and you might just go down, but no, back and forth battles as we speak, but 2 out of 2 trades will come on by.
Oh my, now it's only down to 1 member left for AZ Slumber. He's still on the approach. Zio now only having the Bison in hand. Perhaps he should be able to actually go in for a challenge, but it's only a Kimbo in the hands of Donkalax. He's barely having enough time, but that swing almost finding the mark, and still Zio saves the day.
Yeah, fortunate here for the Center Trap Emirates. He doesn't really fall into the same hands, exactly how it went down with them and Alter Ego Eris. And that's going to be 4 eliminations to them. Unfortunate, though, they do lose 1 player in the process. Was it a worth it run? Well, you casualties do happen, mishaps do happen, and you just got to take it and move on to the next. Now, T2K Esports here, they are going to be pretty close here up against ASI 8. And, hey, T2K, I mean, so far, I don't see any possible casualties, not just yet, aside from ASI 8, but they're not really seeing each other, not just yet.
Man, and that was just a very rowdy start coming in from ASI 8. I mean, AST. As Tribe Airmancy managing to lick their wounds for a little bit, and just claiming 1 coming from the side of AZ is decent, but not the kind of run that they've expected it to be. I mean, look at this newly promoted team. They daring to even challenge some of the other best teams of the rest of the regions is showing some signs of promise. AZ Slumber usually will work wonders if they were allowed a little bit more time as well as space to really set up. So we'll have to see. Maybe the next run in Miramar will do them justice. Well, we got Huzaifa lurking in between those members of T2K. He spots Igneous, and he's not really looking towards the direction, so this could be an easy pick-off.
I'm really going for it. So Mimi's going to be there as well towards the back, so it's definitely a fight you want to consider not really taking. But yeah, has the crosser ready. Oh, don't go for the spray down. No, it doesn't really get the connection. Oh, never mind. Does so. And now the respawn should be coming through as well here out of the open side. Big old spray down. Almost finds Jaya down to the ground. Has a UMP and an AR to play with. And the cavalry arrives here for a set of ASA. Hey, Casanova's now going to be into the play. But the rapper for the set of T2K will be enough to put down Huzaifa.
Oh, beautiful swing coming in. Just a drive-by, and now it's just going to be a goose chase between the two of them. And Casanova drops out of the vehicle, tries to challenge the rest of T2K. Maybe it is now on the route. And it's Casanova finding the catch. So they managed to at least even up the odds for the moment.
Bit of a stalemate once again. No confirmation of kills, not just yet. ASA. They do have a pinch here to work with up against Jaya. True here, baby. Slips on by, has the DBS on his hands. Goes for the shot. Oh, Agnes. Why was he not reacting? And so unfortunate, just like that, T2K is not going to be eliminated. Now we move over towards Cedal alongside NEPX. And Cedal gets ran over by the set of NEPX.
Oh, that was just ruthless. And we still have 6042. Well, I'm not too sure why Olio changed his name into numbers, but I'll stick with Olio if I can. So right now, I'm not too sure what to make out of the situation. See VAL trying to box them into that same very shack. But even despite trying to do so, they managed to at least look for a trade, gets the knock over onto Rex, and now it's going to be a full charge coming from Olio to move right into this compound. Running it closely, I believe he does have one frag grenade that he could actually expend, and it's going to be another catch. Olio making wonders happen, and now looking to close up shop up against the rest of NEPX.
Olio here with the DBS, closing it up now into 4-9, and the UMP on the hand, sprays on by, but the DBS overpowers. Reset is on though for set of pressures. Finds one here from the side of Silicon Digital Alliance. Looking to get a lot more as well. Olio once again with a DPS. Popping off, good for 2, good for 3. Doesn't matter, it's a complete wipe over here by Silicon Digital Alliance.
It's just crazy on their work rate. I mean, these guys, they lost their members initially, and they just wouldn't back down. You take one, I'll take all, if you don't mind me. And look at them go. Already 2 points in. I mean, Precious definitely did a lot of work there, but now only Domain left. He's just trying to sprint his way out in the middle of the street and hopefully not get caught. While he's looking for a vehicle, that circle does appear over onto the far western plains as well as the central grounds of Pachinki. So Pachinki is absolutely playable, but interesting enough, V-Saber, they usually leave their compounds inside Pachinki rather early to take that control over the hill, and right now smack dab in the middle, allowing space for Boom to play inside the city.
Yeah, I mean, pretty great map control here so far. I think it's going to be preoccupied here by a lot of these squads though. Not really entirely in the central side, but definitely worth mentioning. And so far, I mean, the closest casualty we have here actually is going to be Boom Esports and Sem9. Boom Esports, Yami Joen here inside now here with an S12K. Pops by, DBS doesn't connect with the first bump. It's punished on by Yami Joen now here on a spree. Finds one more player on the other side. Big mountain range control here for a set of Sem9. The Satray is going to be all alone here. Nate's going to be flying in as well. Mollis comes through. And there's going to be a 3 versus 1 situation here on his compound. Definitely not going to be a problem for Zero to close things out. And now they drop 2 players away from the hands of Sem9.
Such a clean take coming from Boom Esports, having the full storm now, taking over the compound. And Sem9, they're left stranded, looking for different alternatives, forcing their way into the Gatka fields. And I believe there's a couple of teams over on the Gatka, so hopefully they won't get caught up just yet. Olio once again goes on a 1v1 and spots out Domain, just leaping his way right through the window, and now find themselves in a tough position. He cannot really find the angles up against Domain, and likewise for the moment. He can call for a little bit of backing, but it doesn't seem like that to be the case. Domain still wiggling his way around, and it seems like it's going to take a while before they confirm anything. A clip lands on the shoulder, and that might just be the call for Domain to go on a full push.
Shotgun on hand as well. Definitely has the gun to back it up with, but decides to back away. Probably should try to go for the pickup. Oh, nope. Never mind. Gets confirmation off the kill now. Olio here looking to avenge his teammate. The Domain is off with a pretty strong spot here. It's a big 1v1. Smoke's going to be dropped here. No, never mind. Backs the way through. Back and forth control here for the Olio. Now that's gonna be 966 here. Up on his rooftop now. Domain drops up and within. Doesn't really get the read here though. And now they're gonna be finally meeting here. Up shotguns over shotguns. A pump and a DBS. Who can win the burst or the pump? Doesn't matter. Both taking their time here. Don't want to fall into anyone's trap.
I love how he's so chill to even recover it. Oh! He's trying to look for the angles through the window pane, but it's just too smooth from Domain. He expected him to take that peek, and he will Windows any given day of the week.
What a flick! My days! Talk about the reaction time.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Domain shut them all off. And CD Alliance, they were on a roll. I mean, what was that, Domain? Like, those moves was just too smooth. And now we carry on with the rest of the journey. APG still inside the island, being blockaded by 4 tribes, so they are wrapping over on the blue zone just to try to make ends meet. And there's still Domain by the far corner, trying to find a way into the zone. Whereas Talon Esports, playing over the high elevated areas of the Mount Gakta, we'll be able to get a little bit of a glimpse upon the other players that's charging right by, and that's ASIA taking over.
Just back here, closest fight. Yep, once again, this is going to be Talon Esports to end. ASIA for a moment or so, but now the Xavier and Team Flash beats him to it, though. They are going to be next to each other as well, just by separated 50 meters. And enough might just come down to Ops here dealing with Mr. No Name from the Xavier.
I believe this could be Lamborghini or so. These guys just love to change their names around. I mean, like using their IDs. They can afford to buy name cards any given point of the week with their prize money, you know. So we will know who exactly that is. I mean, sometimes they just love to stay a little mysterious, making other teams think that, oh, there's a roster swap or so. Who could that be, right? Like, see the Alliance also making our heads turn with like numbers on the name. Like for a moment it was Olio, for a moment it was Adik Luke, but it didn't matter. They crashed out.
There. I don't think I could. I was like, wait, this doesn't look like Olio. Wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. I'll stick with the numbers for now. Don't want to get it wrong. And you know, student names are like keeping it secret. I mean, that's exactly what BTR did. I remember casting the very same tournament where it was the first one there on Ruthless that Federalis was actually into the play, and everyone actually knew it was Federalis who said that. And he will actually keep it discreet.
And yeah, we just gotta keep our secrets, you know, like sometimes we also do receive real news and like it wasn't published just yet and we just gotta keep it hush hush. So
hush, yeah.
for certain teams it's like it's too hard to keep as a secret. I mean, Team Secret though, I mean they do have their own secrets.
Well, we're back here to Jin himself, and he's gonna be trying some shots here. Pretty far up against 4 Thrives. He definitely has the AUG and 6X to back it up with, but unfortunately, Mr. 4 Thrives himself just doesn't want to deal with any of the shots flying by. Backs away. Going to be rotating to a different angle here, though. And we do get caught into a stalemate, but there's going to be a clash actually happening here with one of the players from the side of Vikings up against ASIA, and that's going to be a drive-by here early. A big old chase down, but looking like ASIA does disengage.
Yep. They're just looking for the perfect place to really hold for the moment, and it seems to me that a lot of these teams are looking to fall back into the ruins ground. 4 Tribes have too many options at hand to pick on, and they're already hurling all these shots back over the side of these areas, trying to suppress them over on the rooftops. So T24 doing a massive duty to really keep them at bay for the moment. At the same time, I mean, there is a straight member over on the part and looking for a flank, and this is going to be the rest of VD just getting a couple of shots connected. And Huzaifa, he's just hoping to actually find those openings eventually, but SI8 drawing it to a close. But are they going to be going for that full collapse though? I mean, they're just residing inside the smoke, waiting for the right opportunity to eventually seek out Zeta, who's very vulnerable in that position.
I'm liking the pacing though here from the side of ASA8. Yes, they do get caught into a lot of these scenarios, but they don't really commit to flashes that they don't really have the best of angles with though. But fortunately for them, there is going to be one squad here closing on by, and that is going to be Void Donkey here. They got a hovercraft, they got 2 vehicles to play with as well, 2 cars. And looking like ASA is preparing for that one though. Eyes on the Tight here for a set of 7-9. They are showing some shots here. It's one squad on the top side, but Ford Thrives actually closes in. And the Xavier, they trample, falling into the trap. 2 elimination out in the way. And Ford Thrives once again thriving to claim this elimination points. And they're going to be able to get the offer for the total reset.
Man, these Saber thought that member was isolated, and the rest of Ford Tribes responded just in the nick of time. And just like that, full-on punishment against the rest of Vietnam's finest. And just like that, Saber loses majority of their members, still having 2 more on the block. And Team Flash going for the full push, and that secures it for Tribes left out in the open. And now it's going to be Team Flash taking over as the Vultures up on top of the hill.
Still looks to get some more here. Win on the top side. Goes down a frag or smoke. Able to call for possibly to pick up now. The case here, the Xavier, 1 player getting tagged up once again. That's just who they got to rely on. But Team Flash can't really get complacent. You get another squad there just on the bottom side, tagging them all through, getting the free hits. But now they're going to be caught inside of the zone. Nate T has to survive, has to find enemies to probably slip by and get parried all through, but I don't think it's going to be a possibility anymore. It's just going to be 1 player here for the side of the Xavier. The Flash, though, in the process, knows go for it, swing by, and will be able to eliminate the players of the Xavier.
Oh, that was a beautiful snipe coming from Kent at the very same time from a different trajectory. And just like that, finding a 1 more point in the pocket of BTR. But Team Flash so far, we love seeing them go on full force. And it's already 5 points. And Team Flash, they're still super healthy out of all these kind of messy situations. And BTR, they're just playing it very safely by the edge because they do spot out there is still somebody inside of Pubg as well as the outskirts. So they're willing to stay around to trade back at Team Flash eventually.
Pretty great control here on the Cathedral, so they're going to have a lot of overview here with a lot of opportunities. I mean, take a look at the eastern side. There is going to be 1 player that is going to be domain earlier. Alive and kicking, by the way. Still slipping by here on the eastern side of the Cathedral. Flash, though, is going to be coming from the western side. It's going to be bowed alongside Zeus. And it's just all going to come down to whether any of these 2 folks will try to go for some connections up against each other. And Bows is pretty eager. Probably take Federales down.
And here comes the rest of the cavalry as well, just to secure this area of play. And they're willing to fully commit up against this trade with BTR. Razy now, with his position pretty much compromised. I mean, he can still afford to fall back over the back end of the Cathedral and just get himself a little bit more cover if there's going to be even more pressure coming from the rest of Team Flash. But these 2 teams knows that there's not much to be done. Even if you do get the knock right now, it's going to be an easy pickup. Unless, it's going to be a full flush that they're ready to just hop onto those vehicles to just rush out at each other. And the conundrum right now, both teams are very close to the very edge of the zone. So I don't think they want to take too long. They definitely want to prioritize on their positioning. So Team Flash is already on their way out.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports here is definitely in control of that factor, though. But look at this. Talent Esports just find themselves to go and meet the last player of Void Donkey. And that is surely going to be a sheer, clear, dominating elimination there. Not really a problem for Talent Esports, but now they got to worry about ASIA just across the map.
Yeah, very straightforward approaches. And now ASIA, I mean, props to them, right? They were in the mix of so many teams initially, and now just keeping themselves absolutely hunkered down over onto those compounds and unshaken, unstirred. But Talent Esports, are they about to stir the Hornet's nest if ever they were given a chance? It's going to be Superman right now, looking to defeat his other supervillains out there, but it doesn't seem like there's too much that is at stake for the moment. But to get by Boom Esports is going to be pretty tough, as Boom Esports right now will be fielded closest to the center of the updated zone. So there is some slight space that Team Flash as well as BTR could actually play from.
Definitely.
And it is a real rough area to play because they all rely only on terrains. Maybe just a little shack for cover for Team Flash, but that's all that there is to it.
Bit of a stalemate here once again. Close clasher is going to be Talent Esports actually up against ASIA. Flash is going to be closing it up here with 7-9. But I don't think too much else just yet. Hold it down here now. ASA here on the top side. Talent Esports there. Baby. Oh, baby. Just thrown down to the ground. Tuck your head. But looking like they are fully in control of this situation. I mean, after all, they're all pretty much stacked up here, Contra.
True enough. Baby Crypto looking to land a couple of all these pots of frags, wrapping right through. Doesn't seem to really connect the dots right now, while the rest of Bigatron will be swarmed with the rest of Team Flash, hoping to close in within the distance. He does get a glimpse, and that shred of damage is not quite enough to actually take them down. Might just be able to pop the tars if they were able to aim it directly towards the buggy, but it does seem like the rest of Team Flash still standing pretty elusive. And finally, Domain has been able to really get himself involved, taking out a member of BTR, and now all attention onto that Lone Ranger right down the bottom, and somehow he still managed to dance it off and will be nailed down by Razy.
Stay alive, but Farrell is now going to be out. Because the crew has to step up. After all, you took a passive approach here inside of this round. Better make sure you make the most out of it. You've been stale coming from the initial start of this round number 3 over Erangel. And now you got to deal with Team Flash as well, slowly climbing this cathedral all the way. To get the control here on the top side, Kent here on the open plane. APG as well there from the back, but ASA gets trampled on by the players of Talent Esports. Back and forth battles as we speak here, Contra.
And Iron is just trying to go in for a rescue, but does he have the time to do so? He's in the mix between those members of Talon right now, and they're just relying on whatever smoke's necessary right now with AST right above them, and that's just not enough for them to really retrieve much. It's going to be that nade coming from Yumiko that does secure the elimination point, while Bose blows up one member of BTR as they try to leave the cathedral, and Axel quickly goes for the restock. Now, what's going to be the next point of contact for the rest of Talent? Because they have already gone for the reset. BTR slowly shredded apart with the rest of Team Flash, choking them out by the corner. It's only down to Coach Ken. And can the coach actually bring at least a point back?
Oh, big all elimination here from the side of Flash. Taking down BTR. Now points to sail to 2. Step 9. Still not over. Here, finds Talent Esports as well. Back and forth kills here and now. The zone's going to be closing in here. Contra, 5 seconds remaining. Eyes on the zone. Does it remain in the middle side? Does it shift to anywhere? And it looks to stay right on the mid side here, Contra.
Yeah, Semline now needs to make a firm decision. Where exactly do they plan themselves inside the zone? They are sending U-High into the zone, but AST is pretty close by, and they will be able to sniff them out very swiftly. So Team Flash, after taking out the rest of BTR, they're also looking to flock towards the direction of AST, and that position is coming from Crypto, spots one, and looking for the other member of Talon. Talon, they're only down to 1, so he's not going to be moving any further muscles, but those nades are looking pretty good as Tom's looking to take them all out.
Oh, this is going to be a direct hit! Oh my days, Flash! They're on fire! BTR's out, off in their hands. Staying goes for the side of Tribe Messi. And they're still not over. They want to get 7-9 as well.
Oh, that was so clean. Those nades just look so good. And just like that, Team Flash on the roll. They will dominate the south side, but meanwhile, we go back to the north. 7-9 on the charge. And Vikings, they just trample them through. And Team Flash in the mix alongside the rest of the members of Viking, just around in the corner to take out one. It's already 13 points. It's the activation of both Vietnamese teams. 5 for the top spot, and now Team Flash with more nades. It's Bose looking to shred apart Trags, the final member remaining for MVKE.
BTR, Flash, Aramasi, now the Talons, all into the hands as the last blow. Hands down, Team Flash, leading the way, pushing through now. Still wants to get some more. The Vikings up next. Oh my days, Flash is eliminated. 6 squads in the span of 5 minutes.
Team Flash, what is this? It's 16 points already. They could potentially secure 20 if they land the chicken dinner with all the kills remaining, and perhaps maybe even more. They're still looking for a whole lot up against the rest of APG. They're hiding right behind that crate. He does have the buggy to actually maneuver away, and on that hovercraft, it's not going to be any further reprieve. Alpha Gaming also receiving the brutal damage, but it is Tops here going for the exchange. He's managed to put 2 members down. Now drawing to a 2 versus 1.
True Team Flash. Calm down. So much on your plate. Alpha Gaming's now going to be out into play, and they're going to be eliminated out into the scene. It's now going to be Team Flash and Boom Esports, but Team Flash only has 2 players up from their ground. Going to go for the reset. Boom Esports are rotating on the bottom side of the map. They're not going to go for the strike. Unfortunate for them. They got the call that there's only 2 players from Team Flash. That could have been a perfect time, but no, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter all too much. Boom Esports, they've been staying quiet for most part, playing very defensively to the ruins ground, and now they have a lot of space towards the low ground. Typically, a lot of all these analysts would say that, oh, playing on low ground, usually you don't really get too much advantage, but when you have so much of the zone control, this might just be the best leverage that Boom Esports has, so they're willing to wait. They don't really have to force a maneuver up against the rest of Team Flash because they have to come towards the direction. Meanwhile, Zeus with the flank control, spotting out Fajar right down over the bottom, but they haven't kept their eyes over onto Zero, and that could be a pain point for the rest of Team Flash upon their entry.
Boom Esports here just back through. Team Flash Zeus now going to be going for the overextension. No. DBS on his hands. Gonna get the first pump. Second doesn't connect as well. And now S1 into the hand. Zero here has to go behind the back of the rock. But no, he doesn't really sustain on this yet. Back and forth trades here. 1 for 1 for the set of Team Flash and Boom Esports.
When he's just doing so much right now, he covered fired and he's been able to keep Zeus still limping over on the ground for the moment while Zero has been brought down. So Tops finds another one in the bag. Boom Esports now on the deficit. 3 members strong. Team Flash might actually make the impossible happen to secure themselves more than 20 points of kills, and they've already achieved it. 20 is pretty much double chicken dinner. They're looking to secure the big fat win out of this round, and all they have to do is detonate Yummy by the corner of the zone.
Oh, Yummy Join. Doesn't matter, caught in the pinch, and it doesn't matter for Team Flash. All went down to BTR. Driver Massive, Viking, Sem9, APG, Talent, and Boom Esports. They all claim the banner. Team Flash, absolute dominance.
A flash of brilliance and a flash of dominance is what they've just shown us right here. 21 points of elims. They took out literally half the lobby.
Exactly, bro. All went down once again. BTR, bro. They took down BTR. It wasn't done. They went for the strike. I mean, Driver Messi. Up next, Vikings taken down. Sem9 as well. Alpha, APG, Talon, Boomy. Bro, call in every team out there. Team Flash is ready for it.
My word. How could we even describe this level of dominance coming in? Everyone was working perfectly with each other, but it was Win that really stole the show with the amount of damage being done. And then you have Bose on the front line. He's not even concerned because he knows the team's got his back. Everyone's just really protecting each other every step of the way. Even despite that moment, you saw that 1v1 happen between Zero as well as one of their teammates, and immediately there was that return fire that still allows the rest of Team Flash to come up on top.
They could definitely catch a break if they wanted to, bro, but no. They want to get the round over with. It was always them, the aggressors of this round. Never the time that they had their back against the wall, and whenever they did, they always made sure that they can get the full recovery to strike at the best time.
How do we even recover from this? I mean, imagine being in this lobby itself. You will fear for your life of going up against these guys because they're just looking so dominant that it's so difficult for them to pull off one fight to the next, but somehow they just made it happen as if it was just a walk in the park. And those numbers, it's just inflated. Look at the throwables. I mean, 20 frag grenades as well as 30 over smokes being expended. These other guys, they were taking it chill, but man, Team Flash treated this like the WoW finals.
I can't recover from it, bro. I definitely can't. I mean, as much as we have ASA, Dally, Esports on the screen, bro, best believe it. Name it. Team Flash. That was probably the most dominating segment that I've ever witnessed in my time here in PUBG Mobile here, Contra.
Well, I hope there's a whole lot more of this being offered later on, because this is currently the bar being set. Tops just outshining everybody out there, and at the very least, AST have definitely shown some sign of brilliance of their own in the hands of Zio, where there was some clutch plays happening over onto those open fields when they were playing around the outskirts of Ruins. And despite them having those kind of traits, you remember what Team Flash did? Those double grenade is all it took to just wipe out the entirety of AST.
The raids, utility placements, gunfires, precision, everything was clicking to their way. 8 eliminations for the side of win. 24. Name everything out there. Doesn't matter. What we all know is that they were just able to put on probably one of the best, if not the best, show so far that we've yet to see here for today's broadcast.
You gotta imagine the APM ratio for this guy, right? 30 utilities being used. 30, mind you, on top of shooting guns, reviving your teammates. I mean, for most part, there's not much to be revived since they are pretty much healthy, but they have done the unthinkable in this round. And to also complement that, I mean, Tops, he was also matching up to the tempo of Win for most part, where you take a look at damage. He has surpassed Win because he's always in the front line, but Win was pretty much the one to also secure it at the very same time. 3 of these members, on top with Zeus, to also come back with a little bit more of his supportive fire to make it look pretty much pixel perfect for this team to really triumph in this match 9.
You see it, 32 freaking points. 32 points. Let me say it again, 32 points for Team Flash. That is diabolical, bro.
Diabolical indeed. I mean, you take a look at the rest of these teams, right? Unfortunately, they're playing for scraps because Team Flash, they're basically leaving no stones unturned, and every other team that just happened to bump into them, they just vanish. They vanish. There's no other teams that these guys could actually fight. So these other teams are just absolutely starved out. So it's just not even fair at all. But it is what it is. Team Flash, they just show you a game of a lifetime of their own. Definitely
a game that I'd be rewinding over and over again, just trying to debunk on how they were able to break down it. Man, my days. But hey, featured player here is going to be rigged from the side of Miramar. We'll have 59 eliminations, and so far, I mean, the numbers here are pretty staple here. Definitely in the knockouts though, 62 for his name. Big standout for him.
Yeah, I mean, in ERANGEL, like, I wonder where exactly he shot to actually connect 370 over meters, right? So it's just impeccable. I mean, there's just so many great stuff that happened in this round, but overall, all eyes are on Team Flash because of this big fat chicken dinner thing. Just moved all the way 18 spots to number 3, and it ties with APG. Ridiculous, mind you. And as a matter of fact, it ties even with Boom at 2nd place.
Oh my, crazy numbers, crazy freaking numbers. You get what? Those amount of eliminations, get the win as well. Plus 18, I haven't seen that as well. There's a lot of history in the making here for Team Flash, man. I mean, if they're able to do that, if they're able to control the pacing on the offensive side just like that, we are looking at a pretty dangerous squad here, Contra.
They definitely are. I mean, I'm glad to actually see them get activated because they've been a little bit of a sleeper back in day 1, but man, I need to get more of this dose of adrenaline coming in from Team Flash. I mean, if they do this on the grand finals, man, it's over, man. Like, it's not even a contest. So if they're capable to maintain this spree, I'm even lost for words right now. Don't mind me. So looking through the teams, I mean, this is just the stats, which is not really fully updated with much points added to the tally because, well, somebody took all of the points away, so pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, when there's a big standout, when a squad is able to get 32 points in one round, best believe it, a lot of these teams are going to be put at sale. And that's just the run there for the side of Team Flash. Well, fortunately, though, for today's broadcast, we've gotten 3 separate winners. I mean, we started things off with 4 Thrives, and then we move over towards TODAK, if I'm not mistaken. And now here we have You know, the squad here for Team Flash. How much more can we foresee here? After all, we're only halfway done for the broadcast. We can still got 3 more rounds to go, and we'll be hopping on it right after this break. We'll be right back, guys. Now we go back here on track for our Ruthless Showdown Invitational 12, day number 2 here, round number 4. My freaking days. I feel like, you know, the round just keeps on getting better and better. Team just standing out even more there. And we got to see a pretty interesting, dominating segment there from the side of Team Flash. Took down 6 squads in a span of like, what, 5-6 minutes, bro?
Yeah, and you're telling me that this is them in their off-season form. Wait till the season arrives. So these guys back in their Vietnamese region or even in the C rosters, they will be shaken on their dominance if they could just maintain it all the way through until their season starts. But we get to witness it firsthand here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown. So make sure you guys subscribe for a whole lot more of this epic showdown. We're going back into Miramar. And you remember, back in Miramar is just as chaotic, just as crazy, but maybe not Team Flash crazy. But hey, I might be proven wrong right now, because right now we got Group A make a return, and the rest of Group B, they're all fired up.
Yeah, I mean, first Team Flash, they do take a seat back now, and hey, let's run over the predictions here. Contra, who do you have in mind, bro?
It's always a tough question, right? I've got like 8 tries already. I've always gotten it wrong, but then again, I was taking a look at Team Secret. I think that they've definitely had decent formulas being in place. So I'm thinking that Team Secret is going to be my pick, essentially. Or we want to go for it.
No. You double it down. We double it down. Come on, bro.
Okay. Team Secret.
Team Secret. Yeah, I was initially going to say that. Okay, let's run for Team Secret. But hey, both Team Secret for us. Contra, I do hope that, you know, the rest of the squad just prove us wrong. But in the process, though, I want to give a huge shout out to my mother watching, actually. First time watching me on the broadcast. Hi, Mom.
Oh, hi. Hi, Auntie.
Auntie.
Great to have you on the show.
You say hi, Tita, bro. Hi, Tita.
Hi, Tita. Okay, I learned a little bit of Tagalog every now and then. Thanks, Warden.
Production. Which one are you going for? HORAA. Okay.
Oh, strong choice. I mean, HORAA Esports, they did manage to back a big one yesterday, so that's a really good prospect coming from the team. And also, we also look back into the past round. RQ, they were also part of the top 3 alongside with BTR, and there was also TODAK that did manage to get a win for their own. So Miramar definitely could be anyone's ball game right now with some of all these notable names, but Team Secret, I'm just thinking that they just need to refine their end game fights, then they would be up there along with the rest.
I mean, they have the endurability. I mean, they definitely was able to really make it far on the first initial Raptor on, Miramar. It's just that, they're a bit of a jibbies here and there that they got to patch up on. But gunfight's definitely not something that they have a problem with. But there was a big standout for me in one situation where Team Secret had a pretty strong competition, but they decided to split up into duos in which they got picked off one by one. If they can work on patching up their problem, maybe till then we could definitely see them up there.
Yeah, and hopefully they will be able to just retain their members, because last we saw Team Secret, they also had certain challengers up in the early game. I can't remember whether it was ASC or was it 4 Tribes that was fighting for that area play around Minas Gerais. So that is something that they will have to sort out first, or else it's going to be a tough ordeal for them to even consider making their way for a top 8 finish.
Yeah, definitely. Now here we go. Only 19 seconds separates us from the game itself. We go back to Miramar, second now here for today's broadcast. And earlier, we were able to see TODAK able to make it happen here. RQ and BTR earlier was on the run to make it all happen as well, but they didn't really push through with it. We'll see about it. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Welcome to round number 4.
Well, Warden, I always love the opening sites that we do get throughout the fields of Miramar. And this time, it seems like we're going to be starting things off coming in from the northwestern corner map as we're traversing through the edge of Creative Fields. So AST, they're just going to decide, you know what, we're going to play it very safely. We'll go Alcantara into Ruins to be the first drop-off point. And most often than not, you will expect to see teams like this Savior inside of El Pozo if they're going to be in the game, but instead we're getting ourselves 7-9 pulling over. I believe their checkpoint will be in Montenegro. And the last time around, 4 Tribes, 7-9, they've always went on that duke out. There's something to be expected inside of Montenegro.
Definitely a different look here for the flight path as well. I mean, earlier on the first round for Miramar, it started off at Campo Militar and it sliced all the way down to the vicinity of Valle del Mar, but this time here's going to be coming from the top left of the map. So hey, at least fortunately with this flight path, we're going to be expecting a pretty even spread and a lot of better access as well towards Los Leones. As we all know, biggest city out there, going to be bound to be pretty congested soon enough. We do see some few players as well trying to make a cut for it, but for Set of Alpha Gaming here, they are going to be trying to occupy Chumaquera. Fourth Rise will be there on Picado, and the rest will come through here, Contra.
Yeah, ooh, look at our first opening circle. It's going to be situated somewhere towards the central field as well as the north point. Most likely than not, it will go somewhere around the lines of St. Martin or so. So a great start coming in from Boing Donkey 7-9 TODAK, where they can fend off each other inside of El Pozo for a little longer. And look at the situation. It seems like it is going to be a long standoff between Boing Donkey as well as the new visitors on the block. 7-9 usually moves into Montenegro, but because of the flight path being a little bit far of a stretch, they kind of allowed some of the members of 4 Tribes to take over that city instead. And in El Pozo, it's big enough for about 3 teams to share, so I don't think it's a cause for concern.
It's a possibility of a clash here for the set of Team 52 and Boom Esports. Same was for the set of Boing Donkey and 7-9. And those 4 squads are definitely going to be what we're going to be keeping our eyes on here. Yami Joanne earlier, aka number 2 squad earlier on ERANGEL now here, but to a possible clash from Team 52, and it has to come down to the commitment. Pick it up now. Vector on the hands. 1 player from the side of Team 52, and the pinch will be offered here. UMP here for the side of Yami Joanne. Yep. Should be in control here so far, and we'll be able to get the spray down, and that is going to be the first elimination here for this very round.
Wow, a quick pin down coming from two different out angles, making it really hard for Helfen. And Satria's gonna find something in return. That's the duel inside of El Pozo with a DBS, so to speak. So it looks like the 7-9 boys are going up close and personal on the small little screen that you have on the bottom right. While we focus back onto Impala, what's going on here is Boom Esports trying to suppress the rest of Team 52 over on the corners. Yummy's already soaking some damage, so he's got to recover. But back onto El Pozo, we have great shots coming in from Potato, up close and personal with that DBS, and now looking to close it out up against 7-9.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth here for a set of Voidunky and 7-9. Voidunky, though, might just get the final lap, but Zeta5 is going to be eliminated in the process. Zach 5 is going to be down to the ground, so it's all going to come down to Potato and Gakor himself to try to probably sustain the team. And they will try to go for the pickup, and will actually go for the sweep by. And that is going to be 7-9 going bye-bye.
Ooh, very unfortunate timing for Trixie. He's hoping to actually find him pretty much caught off guard while he's going for that revive, but the timing was immaculate. They managed to retrieve the fallen member and then just go in for that quick swing to make quick work out of 7-9. And I would say that 7-9 kind of feel out of place as well. I mean, that's not usually their drop location, so maybe not too well versed onto some of the nooks and crannies of that city. It might just be their downfall in that sense. But Team 52, they're holding up just fine up against Boom Esports. Now they're the ones rushing through, chasing onto M.
Where's Boo here, going to be leading the way with a shotgun. Comes himself, yep, has the advantage off that AK, and that is going to be a clean elimination there. And as we thought that, you know, Boom Esports had a pretty strong start there on the run for ERANGEL. Was able to sustain at the number 2 spot, but this time around they're starting off with a pretty heavy fight up against Team 52, as they're now going to be all alone. Magic closes up the distance, all looking to offer the pinch, and that is going to be Boom Esports as well, eliminated.
It's just crazy how quickly Team 52 strikes. They're like hornets swarming right through, and just like that, they just depleted Boom Esports, one of the finest hailing from Indonesia. And you're telling me that this team was newly established a couple of months back, and they've been able to qualify through the Malaysian circuit, now facing off another worthy adversary. This is definitely a point being proven from Team 52 that they really are out here, not just somebody who just takes a slot in the PMSL, but out here to really party amongst the best.
Yeah, man, I mean, you know, with every opportunity you get granted with, you got to take it. And, you know, talk about the figures you're involved in this tournament. It's not, you know, definitely something you don't really want to miss out on. Now, take a look at the circle here, though. There's going to be 4 squads that are going to be involved directly inside of the zone. That is going to be the Vikings alongside the Donkeys, and 4 Thrives and Team Secret are going to be putting themselves into the mixture. The Vampires, though, they are going to be coming from the southern side of the map, but Dal Alliance is going to be there on the trail. Same goes for the side of APG, so that might be a possible altercation that will be happening, though, but they are separated by 300 meters.
Yeah, there's still plenty of space for them to actually hold firm to, especially an empty St. Martin is something that I don't usually see. So that could easily be occupied by the rest of Team Secret, but they're choosing to play by the hillside in return. So we'll have to see whether if there's just going to be more of that space to be claimed by the rest of the team. Vikings, they are pretty much unchallenged directly in the center of the zone, so we will expect them to have a good hold until maybe a top 8 situation arises for them to really do more. As for Trap Embassy, I felt like this team, they're really good in team fights, but sometimes they overcommit to one that's not really favorable, then that kind of costs them some position. Other than that, Trap Embassy, if you allow them to really sneak in real time over onto you know, stage 5, stage 6, they can actually do a whole lot more. So that's what I'm hoping to see. And we're also getting Delta returning back into this Embassy roster, so that's great to see that they amped up the firepower in this squad. Definitely.
Well, looking to be pretty close here up against each other. Question is, though, do they actually meet? Doesn't seem to be the case here, not just yet. Bit of a staler run comparing it to how it went down in the first round here for ERANGEL, but definitely we did see already 2 casualties here, and we're about to see more here. We see the Lions here beating off the bullets from Esports. Lazarus looking like he wants to go for, just to chase down. Ballboy's going to be out on the ground, and that will be another frag to the name of Vampire Esports.
That was pixel perfect on that catch as well. Lazarus, aka Schweppes, one of the main hitmen coming in from Thailand, as Vampire Esports' main fragger of the team together alongside with Tony K, but so far in this tournament we have not seen the presence of Tony K so far, so we kind of miss him for a little bit. Alpha Gaming also raining on the parade of those members right over on the open field. Vampire Esports kind of in the pickle because they're only relying on terrains, and now they're fighting over onto this giant warehouse. So we'll have to see, will they be able to breach right through? Ease already took out the grenade.
And nade's gonna be flying on by here. APG always loves to start off the initial clashes off this nades. The question is, though, did he get the connection? Oh, could be a direct hit, but not gonna be enough to put one player down to the ground. On the other side of the fence, pushing through though, they're gonna be entering the compound now. And there's still gonna be a big exchange here. Up the shotguns. That's one player able to get a connection here. Puts it down. Still a lot more to go, but they got the inner side control. So this should be Vampire Esports controlling their way, but they do back off now. Ruthless has the DBS. Back through as well. Back in 4 pickoffs. And so far, it is going to be APG here, not really finding the best of light.
My, it's just a lot of back and forth exchanges in that part. Esports having Mela to be able to stretch them through these, just confirm those numbers. The fine stock! Oh! All the way down under, he lands it with that spray on the M4 red dot. Impeccable. Absolutely impeccable.
Immaculate. Clear shot, precise, name it. This guy. Let's get some more here. Vampire Esports already up here with 6 frags. Force Rife's gonna be on the trail though, as Noki actually gonna be able to take one more player here off from Void Donkey. Force Rife's another shot. This is really good driving, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Threw me off, but hey, I was able to bring the buggy off the mountain. And you definitely want to savor your vehicles, especially in a map like Miramar.
I want to know what kind of patrol do they actually use to really go full pedal to really
talk about the wheels, bro. Look at the grip.
Yeah, the wheels, man. Like I tell you, it's made for all terrains, but the power on this buggy, something that we would always be, of course, fond of. And all these players, they always know how to really scale up, so that's good on them. What's more impressive is that certain teams will even take like pickup trucks to also traverse up those hillsides, and it's just so slow compared to the buggy. Like it's always a risk, but hey, they will just want to make sure that if they can get up, they can find an easy way to scale down as well. So look at the rest of RQ Ryu. They've always been masters of Miramar, and it's always impressive to actually see how they actually play because they're very willing to split apart, take multiple different positions of the map in order to garner control. But this time, they hunker down inside of Hacienda del Patron just to restock a little bit and then look to see if there's any form of opportunities on the outskirts. Speaking of opportunities, Team Secret just nearby. It is going to be a little bit rowdy from here on because even Alter Ego Ares on the outskirts wants to get involved.
It's going to be looking pretty good here for the side of Team Secret. After all, you do have Boom, you have APG eliminated as well. And that's going to be them overtaking the players of APG. Only 2 more points to go as well to tie it up with Boom, and they should be on top of the bracket. And they got complete set of players here, so definitely a pretty strong chance for them to try to probably overtake some spots. But, you know, it's just all going to come down to whether do they have the consistency to back it up, which we both projected that they could really come out with a win here on this round.
Oh my word. It's going to zoom right into us into the Patron, and it's straight up the alley of RRQ, smack dab in the center of it. Vampire Esports will have to plow through up against the members of Team Secret, so this is definitely going to be a firm challenge. And now I'm starting to be concerned of Team Secret because they could easily be overwhelmed from all directions because 52, they're coming in from the southeast. Over onto the far north is also going to be a huge crowd moving into the direction, so we are expecting fights to take place from all around this end of stage 3.
Ooh, RQ kind of just stalemate. Not really too much players to worry about. Unlike Telecom Digi Alliance, they do actually have 4 thrives here meeting up with each other, and now that's going to be casting him on the feed. Finds one player. T24 is going to be down to the ground, and he's going to be eliminated here. 4 thrives. Not exactly certain what's happening, but one for sure. Shots after shots. Connection here for the side of the contrary. Telecom Digi Alliance on the driver's seat.
Telecom Digi Alliance also getting a firm grip inside of the city. And the thing about playing inside of San Martin as well as Hacienda is that once you're in, it's hard to get out if it does shift over onto the outskirts instead. So they're all on their wheels, hoping to maybe reposition if it does go over onto the outskirts. TODAK now. Just a little bit of tension coming from AST. Look at the choke point of wide split 2-2 formation coming in from the rest of Tribe Aramisi, trying to find perhaps a pickoff, and the rest of TODAK skilling up towards the water tanks, and they're already going at each other. It's gonna be Zyro, first casualty between the two.
Simba leads the way here, finding the first elimination. TODAK backs through. Frenzy out in the way, but Mango is still gonna decide to try to close it out here. I don't think it's going to be the brightest of choice for you to take the fight, but off the back, though, that is going to be Homebois. Get spotted here by Delta from inside of Tribe Aramasi. And hands down, though, Tribe Aramasi earlier was put into a fight. Fortunately, they were able to back away. And now this might just be their full-on opportunity to probably bag a few eliminations, but not really clear signs of definition notches yet.
Yeah, there was no cause of full contact coming in from TODAK as well as Tribe Aramasi, since they were just hanging by the edges, and TODAK actually does have a little bit more room to play over onto the further west end, so they decided not to go on that full-on fight up against the rest of Tribe. They could just afford to wait for a little while longer, allow the rest of AST to eventually be funneled into the direction, and like you said, Homebois, they're also holding over onto the far northeastern corner, so Tribe is definitely wondering where exactly could they go from here on. They need Rig to actually carve out a path for them to get into a deeper position.
It's gonna be tough on getting the call and who can probably control this. I mean, RRQ is holding on to a pretty strong mountainside, but look at this though. Homebois pass a fight up against Tribe Aramasi, and it's gonna be one player here caught in the pinch, but no, never mind. Homebois still alive, and he's gonna be able to come out with an elimination. That is just saying, Alive is only a tap away. The nade connects, but it's going to be falling onto the other side of the map. And now the cavalry arrives. A big clash on the gasoline station.
And now with the arrival of Nick Teasy, he could actually afford to once again recollapse over onto AST. Just hunker down over the far corner of the gas station, and right now it's once again Live Boy going for the charge. And just like that, they got them all surrounded. Wow. AST has got no room to even breathe in this match.
You gotta pick your fights. AC, they decide to go for the initiation, and what comes next is them all wiped out. But TODAK here, they want to put themselves into the mixture. Coming through. Can we get this one done? But in the process as well, Void Donkey does get eliminated, so that is going to be another competition out in the way here out of this round. 10 squads remaining here for this one, Contra.
Oh, Kenny is in perfect position. They got them locked inside the gas station once again. And he's just going to hop back in his McLaren just to go in for a deeper location. And all they really have to do is just wait for that zone to slowly slide deeper into the center. And the rest of these members of Homebois, they're just going to be in a pinch once again. So it was just a long-term game plan coming in from those members of the Malaysian squad that we saw. TODAK just holding on firm, just making great decisions every step of the way.
Thrives here, looking to close it out up against Citadel Alliance. So far, Mr. Question Mark himself looking to try to get an angle here, but it's not really going to be happening at most. Still though, has to come down to long range gunfights, and the question is, if you do get the pick off, get the knock, do you get the confirmation? Wouldn't really seem to the case there, at least for that player, but there is going to be one player that is going to be no key, trying to work for that wraparound. Once we get an entry, or probably get a crossfire, but so far it's a battle of pickoffs now here, Contra.
It definitely is. So it's a little bit more of a standstill for a moment, but once this 1 minute subsides, then we might see certain teams looking for a deeper reposition, and they would start to gate some of all these teams off. Team Secret playing super safely. You know, at first I was concerned with Team Secret because they were smack in the middle of Vampire Esports. RQ has always shared that space alongside with them, but they've been holding firm. They're not looking for any form of aggression up against either parties. But Kidobu's also over on the corner where Yui's been lurking around, so he might just actually cut out those footsteps now being heard. Yui gets the initiation, and he will be looking for the drop. 1 HP left, and he will secure it with the Pumpy.
Oh, beautiful. Take there. Able to catch him with his pants down, and now able to accumulate the kill. But working for you though, you only have one player alive. That is going to be him, Gooey. Now Lepar here has a bit of a tussle between the players of Team Secret. As a mini 14 alongside an 8x, should be able to throw some few shots or two, and that's going to be a heady. Yeah, that's going to hurt quite bad. Fuck your head. You don't want to take another one.
No, I mean, he's barely got space to move around in that farmhouse though. So, like it or not, he's just got to hold firm onto that corner. Meanwhile, another member being stuck by the corner of the haystack, and RRQ, they're happy about this situation where Team Secret, they honestly got not too much space to play with, so they either really got to hold still until that zone once again forces the rest of Team Secret to once again fall into the trap of RRQ, and he's looking to also wither down that vehicle. That coupe is about to blow up, and that might actually catch Jiki being chipped out with the damage.
Ooh. That's up to shots here so far. Vehicle is erupting around the background. Directed by Michael Bay, by the way. Pushing through.
Yeah, we need more of that. And then we can call this Transformers, which iteration is this? Fourth?
There's the vehicles. I mean, there's the supercars there.
Yeah. I'm hoping one of it turns into a Bumblebee. And as a matter of fact, there is BTR Bumblebee playing. Maybe in the next round. So
bringing a Camaro, bro.
Yeah, that would be a great collab. You know, like there's just so many supercars in PUBG Mobile. A Camaro wouldn't hurt. Definitely adds to the sales for sure.
There goes the Decepticon here, rotating inside. Pushing through now. Homebois looking like they are getting aggressed on by the players of Alter Ego Eris. Bad released away with a pump to the face. Finds the first, make it the second and the third. My day, Badru, what are you on?
It is a bad boy right there, and he just basically took all three members down with just the pump shotgun, and they're in for more. Badru, he finds another! Ridiculous. Wait, that's his own teammate. Okay. Kind of jumped the gun a little bit. He's just feeling it, you know? But hey, he got the job done. Homeboys depleted, down and out. Oh my days, this is just crazy out in the field.
It's a lot of segments here, bro. One player makes a play, another player makes another play. Back here towards Cedal Alliance, though, and they are somewhat of in a standoff here up against Fourth Thrives, which doesn't seem to be fit to their favor in regards to the map control. I mean, 966 here is going to be inside of the compound. But if you look at Fourth Thrives, I mean, they seem to be pretty much in control. I mean, they know for sure they just have to wait it out for Cedal to come by. But Kasim could be the playmaker here for side of Cedal Alliance. It's just all going to come down to whether does he try to wrap around and create the space for his teammate. But then again, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, there's also Falako over on the corner just holding on to these angles. So it's not going to be easy to actually have CD Alliance go on the aggression. Moana, though, trading nades back and forth up against the rest of RRQ, and RQ playing it very smart. They don't really have to give away upon the rest of Alter Ego's advancement. And it's actually Alter Ego that needs to really fight their way out, because right now they're starting to starve out of the location. And oh, that tap was just so beautiful coming from Sovell. Point blank accuracy, and now that's just one member down from the side of Alter Ego. It just makes matters worse because they don't have the zone.
A tap to the face there. And now, the spree continues. Here, Lepar. Gonna be tagged up though. The top left, Alter Ego Eris is gonna be out there on playing ground. A slight risk to play around with in the smokes as well, actually. You move over here with remember Esports and Team 52 actually having a tussle as well on the other side of the map. Actually, there's a lot of things going on here. 4 simultaneous clash here happening now. We'll go back to Alter Ego Eris. Rosemary on a mini 14. Gonna decide to rotate now. Here's the zone starting to close out. 2 more seconds to go here, Contra.
Few more seconds, and there's just barely enough space for the rest of Alter Ego to really make room into the zone, but they managed to at least get closer towards the rest of RRQ, but I'm not too sure if they could actually win this duel because they're currently outnumbered, but this might change things with that beautiful nade run right in, and now perhaps they can turn the tides with the presence of Rosemary.
Topside control. As an AR, the Molly flies in to confirm the elimination as well, but it does fall a bit short, but the spray on by should be enough. Now, Belru is now going to be away from the scene. Rosemary goes for the reset, and rests in his team and Moana here. Looking to close it up as well. Top side control here from Seta Lapar. Sprays on by. And for on his hand, has to go for the double chow. Back through. Does he sustain? Does he stay alive? No, might just be the case. But he does get dropped regardless. And it's going to be Alter Ego Eris here, creating the space enough to call for another reset.
Oh, they gotta quickly go in for the pickup. Alpha coming in with a deep flank! How on earth did he actually wrap all the way to the back? And just like that, they are just ripping members of RQ apart one after another, but they're still just inside the Hacienda, finding a member of TODAK right inside the pit, but they're all covered in smoke for the meantime, just to buy a little bit more time and space for them to quickly lick their wounds. And just like that, JF Sty also getting spotted in return. It's Alpha shooting back, so he's got to quickly change his position and find a little bit more cover. RQ got to be on that defense.
Even then, though, damage has been done there for the side of RQ. They only got one more player there. Alva, though, still looks to get another pick off there from the far side. RQ, last player there is going to be just clearing across the Shenda Patron. On the feed, Vikings finds one player there from the side of Alter Ego Ares, and it's not really looking great for them. Rosemary, no, finds the trade. We go back here onto the vicinity for the side of 4 Tribes and Sea Doll Alliance. This has been a long standoff here between these two squads, and finally we do get to see some bloodshed.
Yeah, we're just trading back and forth right now. 4 Tribes really putting up an immaculate defense for the meantime. Now, Jeff Style, what's he got? Final member remaining. It's down to a 1v1 duel because Rosemary's got caught out from the outskirts. So this is very, very doable. Jeff Styles just got to wait for the timing. He heard those footsteps, but he could not really fully locate Alpha at the meantime. And they just know those footsteps right across, and he's trying to scale up through the stairwells. Alpha now playing patiently as he's on that UMP spray down, but could not really find the mark.
Oh, you got a two-shot fight. This is S12 you're dealing with. An Escar to the face here. One more bullet to connect for each end. Alva makes it happen. Eliminates the players of RQ.
Oh no, it was so unfortunate. He got stopped out of space. GF, he was first on the blue zone to make that leap of faith, and it went down to the wire. Alter Ego survives at the tail end, but there's still more fishes to fry. Top 5, here we go. And VKE, Team Secret, TODAK, still full squad strength. 4 Tribes, I mean, they soaked a lot of pressure, but they still have 3 members up. 1 bleeding out, though. Not sure if this is going to be a call for a save, but 4 Tribes, they're on the very far end of it. And it's being withheld by the presence of TODAK right beneath.
Once again, TODAK enters the top 5 of the round here for the side of Miramar. Can they go back-to-back now? We're the first here for today's broadcast. TODAK, no! Oh, there's a forecast from the top side. The nade hails down from the sky. Diving and up within. Another player gets knocked. Naeem tries and prays that no more bullets connects. And he out in the open there trying to heal up. They're caught in a pinch. Point of no return. They gotta go for the fight, but they're caught in between the Vikings. But Ford thrives in the process, gets eliminated by the Vikings.
So that really gotta thank Vikings, man. Like, they saved their lives just by depleting the rest of 4 Tribes, or else it could have been doom and gloom. And now, the dream is alive for TODAK with a back-to-back win. Vikings also a solid chance with all their members pretty much intact, and they are directly in the center of it all. They've been holding on to this round for the longest time, and they have not been challenged at all. Now the question remains, Team Secret, when exactly will they be involved? Because they've been elusive, they've been quiet, they're waiting the right moment to strike, but are they going to be taking on to either TODAK or even Superman right now, who's been active looking for something up against the Swordfishes?
Jin Viking Esports so far wants to take the aggressive note here. Alva for the side of Alter Ego Eris shows some shots on the other side of the map. Will be able to get a few shots to connect, though. Not going to be enough to put one player down. You have to feel some sense of sympathy for the side of TODAK. All eyes are on the direction, and we all know that for a fact. I mean, they won the first initial round there for the side of Miramar. Definitely a bounty on their head, and so far, keeping the gatekeepers here should be Team Secret, as they are just next to them. It's all going to come down to one wrong move for TODAK to probably get eliminated.
Oh my word, that zone. It's barren lands. It's pretty much flat ground terrains for anybody to claim. And you can see how unsafe it is. They rolled in the vehicle and they know that, okay, that's not going to be a playable area because Alter Ego's presence is being felt despite Alva being all alone. He's got a glimpse of those members of Team Secret, but once he actually opens fire, all the attention will be drawn to him, so he would rather let them take on the rest of the members of TODAK first and foremost. TODAK now needs to make a sprint. They're just a little far off from the zone, and that spot is being claimed by Team Secret. So, by hook or by crook, TODAK needs to make a push.
Complete set of players here for MVK, the Vikings, TODAK, and Team Secret. And Alva is now going to get tagged up now by the players of Team Secret. Oh, behind the Jitneys he goes and out into the play, and it's just all going to come down to a 4v4 standoff between the last 3 squads here on this route of Miramar.
Finally, we get full squad strength on all sides to see what the power level is like for all of these names on our board. Trang now holding up a grenade of his own. That grenade does not really connect, going full far short. But Jiki's just signaling some warning, but Zerus is just getting himself that perfect pixel angle. Taking down Wuti, and now there's nobody guarding the flank. Things are starting to fall apart for the rest of Vikings, trying to see if they can just work it out as 3-man unit. And Superman also getting caught out right underneath the vehicle. And Jiki, he gets shot back in return. A quick reflection, and now back to Superman. He will secure the spot and will take one down. And suddenly, the toss and turn. Team Secret, they're still super healthy and alive.
Quite alive for sure, and only one more player to worry about for each squad. TODAK and the Vikings. Only has 2 for each end. Team Secret here on the prowl to finish off the last 2 players here on the right side of the map. TODAK able to get the reset though, but Team Secret Zeros once again finding the shots to connect. Sprays on by with a scar. Frenzy all alone. Can he sustain? Oh, slither of health stays alive, but Team Secret is in control.
Oh, TODAK just absolutely ran out of space. There's just zero cover left for them to actually play out. I believe they also depleted every single smoke possible, so they could not really afford to run out of the open. Now those nades fly right, and Superman is the only member left. Can he clutch this situation? And it's between 2 Vietnamese powerhouses. Superman, 1 versus 3.
Nade flies on by once again. Team Secret has been put to stale for the last few casualties, and now they go for the strike. Moment of opportunity for them. The closest one out stays alive on a little bit of health, and they pick up Zeros as well to complete the whole squad. A 1v3 situation. The zone closes in. The nade flies on by, but should it matter at most? He prones down to the ground. Jukai making it hard for Superman to get the pick off, and they're slowly marching to the direction of Superman. This could be it. This should be a game for the side of Team Secret.
They're marching right out in the open. Superman, he needs to isolate these targets, but this is way too overwhelming, and now they're looking to close it out before the zone actually devours him. Zeros now could not wait any longer, and it is going to be a full-on fight. Superman somehow sprints out the open, gets the knock, and could this be a possibility? Knock goes a reload, and what we just saw! Team Secret almost then depleted, but they still win out this trade.
They played safely. They took it slow, and it surely paid off. Team Secret made it happen, and that goes 1 for 1 for the prediction as well, baby. Let's get it on.
Let's go. We finally got it, and now the scores are even. Thank you, Team Secret. You guys are absolute chads. But take a look at how they've done it.
Yep.
It's insane.
I mean, it all really went down to how they were, controlling their pace. I mean, the first initial time that they run through Miramar, they really took it in an aggressive tone, and it surely bit them down in the long run. They didn't really have the sustainability. And we did say as well, prior to this match, if ever they can patch up on just playing more cohesively as a unit, maybe till then they can come out with a map like Miramar, and they absolutely served.
Yep, they've finally shown us what they could do as a team of 4, and it just looks pixel perfect on how they've been able to communicate so well to relay whatever intel that they received. And you saw those initial pickoffs up against MVKE was what really opened up all that space where they didn't really have to be too worried about TODAK, because TODAK just got squeezed out of the zone. So it was kind of rough with TODAK in return, where they just couldn't really find any form of reprieve. Meanwhile, I guess it was down to the wire where Superman had no other choice but to hide behind that little shack. But for what it's worth, I think that he really put up quite the showing up against those remaining members of Team Secret.
Almost definitely. I mean, You know, when Team Secret was granted the compound to play with, they had TODAK on the left side, they had the Vikings on the right side, and at some point they were panhandling both squads simultaneously, and it surely did. Absolutely went in their way. And now we moved over now here to the squads that was able to put up the impact off the round. Team Secret, obviously, the winners of the round. The Vikings on the trail. Alter Ego, Ares, and TODAK as well. TODAK, though, found efforts for them. After all, they won the first initial round, their first out of Miramar. They were still able to bag in the top 4 spot. So, hey, still a pretty good run from nonetheless.
Yeah, it was super impressive, especially Alter Ego. You saw they were kind of pinched for some space, right? Where they were coming in from the north point, forced to challenge up against RRQ, and won that 1v1 duel, mind you. That's all thanks to Alva's effort to really bring even more of those stats points back to Alter Ego. So let's go comparing the hit-to-hits right now. Wunti, surely that elimination wasn't impressive, but 1,132 damage? Man, this guy's doing a whole lot, but either his skills were stolen away or he's just there, you know, just helping the team to just, you know, get those damage done, and then the others will just finish up the job. So I would say if Wunti could actually sharpen it a little bit more, it could be a different result.
And that's the thing, that you can bag in as much damage as you can, but if you can't really finish off the kill, then it doesn't really matter. It's at the end of the day. Now take a look at Superman up in the run of Miramar. He's gonna have 2 eliminations to his name, but let me delete this will be put to place as well. Not really the most gallant you know, feed that we've had here for today's broadcast, but I gotta admire the fact that he really was so close on pulling off that 1v3. Unfortunately for him, he was really able to anticipate that one player was on the western side from his direction, but he was able to put it down to a 1v1. Unfortunate though, wasn't able to push through. But if you take a look at the top performers here, you gotta talk about Bad Root off that pump shotgun, man. This guy was able to panhandle one whole squad with a pump.
Oh yeah, and it was Homebois receiving the tail end of it, right? And to the point that he was so fired up that he even tried to shoot his own teammate. But okay, thankfully in PUBG Mobile there's no friendly fire, so goodness. I mean, it was on. Quad. Yeah, it could have been a quad for sure. So, Badru, I just love Alter Ego on how they've been performing from the past couple rounds, and that jersey, that brand new kit, looks super sick if you ask me.
Oh yeah, I mean, might be something. Anyway, so yep. 18 points for you for set of Team Secret. Vikings on 12. Same moves for set of Alter Ego, Ares, TODAK. There will be on the. They're on the number 4 spot with 10 points, 7 for 7 for set of 4 thrives. Solcom did the Alliance. I mean, they had a pretty long standoff there. I had pointed out in the midst of that round. They had a pretty long one there up against 4 thrives. Unfortunately, though, all of that waiting went into their demise with 4 thrives leading the way.
Yep, and overall, I think that all these teams are really picking up a lot of the pacing where we see a lot of back and forth trades coming from a majority of the teams. So majority of them didn't walk out empty-handed. Break coming out with the longest limb, which has been impressive. And what's interesting for MBK is that they always look for the best potential spot. Their prediction is always on point in order to secure a top 4, but firepower-wise, I want to see them a little bit more because they got all the damage. They just couldn't really secure much. Overall, this is one of the games with more airdrops being looted, but yet again, because of the circumstance where a lot of teams have to play by the wall, so they can't really put it into full effect. So we get a brand new update, and with this chicken dinner, Team Secret, they move all the way up to that number 1 spot.
They serve the spot. Number 4 there towards Boom Esports BTR. I mean, we got to see them pretty stale on the run there for ERANGEL, and we're pretty close on, you know, getting some things done, said and done, but didn't really push through. They were only able to complete, I think, 1 point there, hence why they weren't really able to put up the progression to have the safety net to stay on the number 1 spot. On the second page, though, we do get to see Team 52 actually climbing 4 ranks here. Same goes for the set of Citadel Alliance. TDK will enter the number 9 spot. RQ will drop down. Same goes for the set of T2K, HORAA, and AZ Slumber.
Yeah, I'm liking the improvements coming from TODAK overall in the form of their playstyle of taking fights a whole lot more frequently, because old TODAK, they're all about trying to play it smart, try to play the safest way possible, and this iteration, looking to be a little bit more convincing on how they've been able to rack up more and more consistent points. And Alter Ego, they're on the spree right now with that 12 points being gained, and they push up for position one more spot into the safety net of the top 18.
Fortunate for the set of 7-9, but they do get... They're pretty stale there. Not really evident on this round there. ACA, they do climb down. Same goes for DX and Boy Noxys and Talon. I mean, Talon yesterday was a pretty stellar team. I don't exactly know what's happening here coming from the last 4 rounds. I'm expecting a bit more of a turnaround later on here at Contra.
Yeah, likewise. And of course, we'll have to wait and see because we're going to go on a short break. And then when we come back, more rounds to come here in Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
Well, Turtron's upper here on a run for ERANGEL once again. It's going to be the round number 5 here, second to the last for today's broadcast here at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. Forgive me, man. I mean, I'm just lost for words in what has been happening so far. We've seen a lot of narratives here be put up here. Contra, we've seen a pretty spectacular run for set of Team Flash on the first round, for second round for ERANGEL, and then you got to see back-to-back Vietnamese teams actually winning the last 2 rounds as well. You get to see it. It is going to be Team Flash and Team Secret able to get this one through. Contra, we're heading straight back to ERANGEL. We've seen Forest Rise and Flash here excel in this map. Can we see anything different?
Well, perhaps there's going to be another different winner, or maybe a repeated one, because so far back in day 1, we also didn't manage to get a glimpse of a repeat win coming from the likes of Manny. So is the Savior going to complete the trifecta of Vietnamese dominance coming into this round? We'll have to see if they could finally sharpen up for a little bit, because back in day 1, they weren't actually doing too much, and I'm looking at all the other teams. They're starting to get into their prime form. I mean, it could be anyone. And on top of that, South Asia, other than 4 Tribes' chicken dinner, I felt like they're feeling a little hungry for a little bit more. So honestly, it's really tough to pick. But do you have any hunch of, or an inkling of, who's going to get the next one?
Come on, bro. You got to hand this one down to Team Flash, man. Team freaking Flash.
Oh,
7 squads able to take down. Safe to say, Team Flash is the winner for me on this round.
Okay, if you're going with Team Flash, I'm just gonna call for the oddball right now. As much as DX haven't really shown up too much, I think the Savior, there's a few conditions. If they feel Lamborghini into the match, I think everything's gonna be changed in terms of tempo. So I hope that he plays, because I'm rooting for DX right now to double down on the Vietnamese spree that we're actually getting for 2 games in a row.
Let's see it now. Production, what is your predictions here? It is going to be BTR. So let's see if I'm going to get punished for the first time. I'm not going to be voting for BTR, and where a game is going to be, BTR is going to be there. So let's see it. 2 different predictions once again. Can it be the run for the Vietnamese coming from our side here? Contra, I don't exactly know, but one thing for sure, it is the 3rd round of ERANGEL once again.
Yeah, if it wasn't the Savior that I'm going to take, I would consider HORAA Esports as well, because usually they will activate a little bit later through the night. So we're about getting there already. If it's not this round, I'm thinking I'm saving it for Miramar later on, if they're still playing at that, of course. So that being said, you guys could also put your own predictions in the chat. I know you guys always spam the purple hearts out there, so that's a whole lot of love for HORAA Esports. And anybody, any other teams, wherever you guys are from, of course, make sure you guys banter safely. I know sometimes the chat does get a little bit rowdy going up against each other, but it's all fun and games here, as we're all here to enjoy everything that's being put up by Ruthless Hype Esports. So make sure you guys follow, leave a subscribe, as well as drop the like button, just to support the channel a whole lot more, as it means a lot for our channel to grow bigger every step of the way.
I mean, everything just gets bigger here as we progress here for the set of Ruthless Hype. I mean, I've been able to work with these with the back end for a bit of time as well, back and forth. Not really all around for the whole tournament, but definitely tuning in by, when there's a tournament out there. And I gotta say, the crowd here for Ruthless Hype Esports definitely hype. We've been reaching numbers over numbers here on today's broadcast. Contra, I definitely bound to expect a lot more here, because we're definitely gonna go down to a pretty interesting run. After all, in a round or in the broadcast of PUBG Mobile here, in any way or form, the last 2 rounds are truly my favorites here, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it just keeps wowing us every step of the way, right? From the crazy spree that we saw come up Team Flash. Yesterday, it was a lot of individual brilliance. Today, it seems like everyone's getting a lot more coordinated. So I kind of miss those kind of solo bolo spree where you have 4 teams with only singular units going at each other's throats. So I'm thinking that could that be a possibility once again. So we'll have to, of course, wait and tell you what the story unfolds later on. So for what it's worth, I mean, we have so many brilliant talents from all over the world right now playing through this tournament. And I'm looking at some of the talents coming in from, South Asia in particular, because they recently just finished, their national circuits. We even see Netbacks actually bested the hot favorites DRS, who's been, the staple name for Nepal for the longest time. And that just goes to show that a lot of all these young talents are very deserving to be the next superstar in the PUBG Mobile esports scene.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of uprising stars, and huge thanks once again to Ruthless Esports for hosting this Invitational Showdown seasonally, and it goes to show there has been a lot of showcase of talents here. We've seen definitely the off season, but teams like Team Flash are just popping off and owning the spotlight and all. But I'm not really excited to watch them, not just yet though, but one for sure, it is going to be another map that they were able to rightfully own. Can we see something different? Can we see a first back-to-back run? We don't exactly know. Let's come and find out here. We start things off here with the flight path. It is going to be striking from the military base and will be slicing across in the direction of Nordipol.
Ooh, take a look at the most eliminations so far. It's actually Kenny from TODAK that is popping up in this map in particular. So we definitely want to keep an eye out on TODAK, as they are definitely in a really great form. You know what would really change the tempo of this whole ERANGEL map? We haven't yet gotten an island ending, so I'm kind of craving for it. Since we started off from here, maybe the chances are always a 50-50, I guess, with the initial circle.
Much more over as well. We haven't really gotten to see a flight path that kind of favored the eastern side of the map as well. Yasnia, Milta has always been out of the picture for the initial few drops. Always has been somewhat of a story there for setup with Chinky, Gatka, alongside Georgia Pool, and the rest will come through.
Yeah, it really feels like it's a trend coming into these past couple of games. So hopefully we get a little bit more of a different flavor moving into this new map. And take a look at Homebois. They're just claiming the territory of Nova, and they're gonna get first dibs in comparison to Talon, who's always been fighting for that spot. So they gotta settle the scores right now. They're the only two in the island, and whoever finishes first will then have to sprint their way back into the mainland. Looks like I didn't get what I asked for, but hey, we're getting pretty much the same old. Something a lot more comfortable for these players to work on, since it's still around the Gatka fields and Pachinki.
Yeah, definitely. Well, take a look at this. Alter Ego Air is not going to be the first time around. We're going to be seeing them here on this vicinity, and they're going to be just going at it once again. I don't know if this is going to be the right type of pacing here for the set of Alter Ego Airs, but one thing for sure is that they just never really take it slow. Rightfully at the start of the round, they always want to bag in those elimination points, but do you want to take it against them? Not exactly, but we do get to see the first blood already here from the side of the Xavier, and that it's going to be Shin finding the frag.
Oh, that was just perfect with the pot shot. And D-Saver, they claim one just like that. And ideally, BTR never really want to trespass the areas of Pachinki, but they were hoping to secure themselves a couple of vehicles, as they would tend to play around the areas of farm or even somewhere towards the corners of Milta from time to time. So I hate they just happen to pass by, and sometimes you just don't want to be dwelling up against some of the sharp gunners of the Savior. Speaking of sharp guns, I mean, take a look at Homebois Tai Long already getting pinned down. I mean, they kind of asked for it because they've always been brawling inside of this port of Novorobnoye, and now Talon gets to have a little bit more of a say on whether if they could further aggress this situation.
Hard to tell. Hard to tell. But they are closing up each other actually here, so only about 20 meters apart actually. And I mean, first initial blood has been dropped already. So it should be a calling here for the Homeboys to probably try to stand for their ground here. And if ever Talon Esports can come out alive on top, I mean, the loot is going to be pretty miraculous here for them. But Limboy, though, still back here, just behind the wall, cooking up the nade, looks to throw it to the direction of one player of Talon. Does it come to a connection, though? Not exactly.
Quickly being spotted out. I mean, take a look at all these grand angles coming in from Talon's coverage. I mean, it's pretty hard to actually move towards the direction of his fallen teammates as well. So Tai Long will be sacrificed in return. And Simba managed to draw the exchange. And Axel, what's he doing out in the open? He's trying to rush towards the direction of the warehouse. And he did not know Simba was over on the corners of the scaffold.
Ooh. Still. A bit of poking here for each end. That's going to be a reset actually for the player drop down there for a set of the Homeboys. It's going to fly on by one. Again, falls a bit short, but that's get one tagged up. But Limboy is going to try to get the aggress going through. That cool there here though. Cooks up the nade as well. Axel's going to be there on the other side. He can offer a pinch anytime soon enough. And they should be able to get this one done, but Limboy finds Maxwell away. Yoru finds Tai Long. Back and forth trace here. 1-for-1. 3v3 here. One player down to the ground though. It's going to be the nade here. Cook once again. Throws it upward and able to find Limboy. And 2 players of Homeboy. Simba out. Same goes for Limboy. And that should be a confirmation here for Nicole to get the Slays up in.
Oh, it was just so close, but they all got caught up with that grenade. And now the tides have turned. Homeboys, despite having only 1 member left, there will be definitely the revive to go through. So Talon once again regained that control. But I'm not quite sure whether they found themselves any form of meds to keep the health bars up. So, yep, they definitely do. So Fire, aka the coach of Talon Esports, so far doing a great duty, keeping not only himself alive, but to also supplement with the pressure that Achil was forming up against those members of Homeboys. Now there's only 1. Nikki, he's getting clipped down to half already.
Maul is going to be flying in as well. No, actually the nade's going to get cooked once again. 3 nades invested here towards Nikki. The Fire here on the top side, just waiting for backdoor there for the side of Nikki, but Alan should be able to get this one done, but Guy gotta be cautious about this, but no, doesn't matter. Quick, just like that. Homeboy is now going to be the first squad eliminated.
Oh, this is just going to be so costly for Homeboys. I mean, only 1 point out of this round, and they're kind of by the red line right now, sitting at 15. Definitely uncomfortable when you judge about the other teams who are currently sitting below them, around the 30-pointer threshold. So if they have some good games running in this round itself, Homeboys might actually drop below that 18-point mark, so they will run the risk of not qualifying to the finals if they continuously repeat this kind of assertion into Nova, which they haven't really won too many of these battles. TTK though, sneaking right behind, and every single day we actually get to see ASI8 cheekily stealing members away from TTK.
Be cautious, Zypha though is going to be down to the ground, but it is to be a confirmation ready that he's going to be out from the play here, but Gaia just put some extra effort to get the pickup, but Casanova drops down, but gets tagged from behind. Tries to hail away instead of the smoke. The litter of hell. X-True in his vehicle. Oh, so close there for a set of ASA, but no, Casanova gets confirmed. Knocked to the ground. T2K here retaliating with force.
Oh boy, here comes a big blow! Oh, Mimi turns it around. He's got an AUG to actually unleash upon the rest of the members of ASI8, and now they have the ball on their core, 3 limbs, and now with the final member remaining, Crypto, can he clutch it though? He gets the knock!
Oh my days. Now all of a sudden, baby's now going to be all alone. Jaya is there. He knows what's up, goes for the trade, goes for another challenge. Should be a game all over for the side of the Pakistani crew. ASA out, but we draw over to the players of Alter Ego Ares and AZ Slumber here on the mountainside.
We have to see which one is the better out of the A team right now. Moana right now getting tossed with those grenades toward his quarters, but it's being lobbed all around that it bounces off of the ground, not quite connecting onto those members of Alter Ego Ares. Look who's here! RQ is here, the party as well!
Oh my days. Big control here for the side of RQ. Now here, controlling this one through. Vaf, Velru, here, raise on by with an Og. Alongside his teammate here, closing it up. Oh my days. Just through here, it's behind the smoke in the rock side. Nade's flying in once again, and the connection is there! It just lumbers out. Now it's just a clash between the players of RQ and Alter Ego Ares.
RQ is just so clean with those utils. And right now, looking for a whole lot more. Even Rosemary is soaking the brunt of it. And Solvel's looking to secure one more up against the A's of Alter Ego. But just by the creases, they are finding themselves a little bit more of a firm defense. And despite losing a member early on, it doesn't seem like it deters all too much. But Alter Ego, they're looking to fall back. Here comes GF Sai now going on the push. And Lapar, he will make his presence felt.
True RQ. Looks really close at the distance. Nade's gonna get cooked once again. They like to play off this game. 2 nades. Flip on by. Alter Ego Ares doesn't really have the same type of factor. And now the Saiga, the S12 to the face, might just be blown away. Another nade, another wave of nades here flying. And it's gonna be a strike once again here from the side of RQ, but they can't find the break.
Not at all. Alva now wants to also form up against the rest of them as he's being the backup plan for the rest of Alter Ego. But here comes a full flood coming in. JFSI alongside with Silvel brings out the shotguns into play. But it's not too much of a retaliation coming in for the rest of Alter Ego. They outrighteously won out the duel, not only against the rest of AZ Slumber, but also the majority of Alter Ego.
Ooh. Yep. That is going to be another round for Alter Ego is to getting taken away in the run off the number 15 spot. No, I mean, they always just find themselves in the mixture and they can't just find any break whatsoever. Fortunately for them, though, Alva is going to be able to slip by, but can't really do much when you only have one player to rely on, especially in a pretty early round like this.
Yeah, I really felt that Alva's position wasn't exactly nicely planted to really go up against RQ initially. And then once he tried to cover fire for the rest of the team, it's too little too late where RQ was just too quick on their approach. Now, speaking of quick runs, it's going to be DX now being challenged by the rest of NEPX. Just coming in around the corners, and they're holding on those wheels to try to quickly reposition. And because of this happenstance, it's going to be a quick catch coming from Claw as he's hoping to pin them all down, doing tons of damage over onto DX, but not quite enough to knock him out just yet.
Just yet, though. Rex, though, off the rip from the flank. Gets sprayed on by Paragen. Stays alive, though. No player here closing it in. Until Rex here comes by. Could be 2 elimination here for his name. Not a problem at all. Precious comes through, but the pump to the face. Looks to get the secure man before he goes away. But enough to be said. That is going to be the Xavier now here eliminated by NEPX.
1 for 4. They take those at any given point of the day. NEPX just overwhelms the Saber. I guess my votes don't count at all this match. But heading into this circle, we start to understand why all these teams are rushing into Mount Gatka. I mean, some people call it Everest, whichever you want to call it. It's absolutely fine. But right now, RQ, the kings they are, looking like the king of the kill for the meantime. But are they going to get challenged by Vampire Esports? They love to take this late approach, and they're now on that foothill. Eventually, there might just be more action up against the rest of RQ.
Ooh. This has been one of the most inclusion of toss-ups here on the run for ERANGEL. Now, draw things back here towards BTR. Fortunately for them, though, they got Razy already out of the round. All going to come down to Ken Federalis and Optimus himself to pave the way for the squad as they are bound to most likely go up against the players of NEPX.
Yeah, Optimus so far doing a massive job for BTR to really secure plenty of points. I'm thinking whether or not if this is still Zuxi, because he got lended over to the team for a little while just to play some international tournaments. And it's still a big question mark to me who exactly Optimus is, but we'll find out once the season starts eventually. But for NEPX, I think they're absolutely on the roll. I mean, they secured themselves that ground over onto the coordinates of Ruins, and now BTR is hoping to keep them off of that area, but they're also dealing with the brunt of the damage being chunked down from above, where RQ is just making it rain from above. It's so hard coming from this shack in order to even consider trading back.
Secrets in the process going to be eliminated. Was able to pop off on the previous round. Definitely not their forte here to play on the jungle side of PUBG Mobile Universe. ERANGEL, not to their name. Now we continue here with only 9 squads remaining. So far on top of the feed, BTR has been completely silent all across the first initial 13 minutes of this round. You spot a few opportunities there on the mountainside. It is the leftovers of RRQ, but I don't think they got to worry about that. Much more so over. Has to prioritize the players of NEPX on the backside, but can't able to get a beautiful headshot there. Unfortunately, no, it doesn't convert to the knock, but information can be relayed for the rest of the competition all around, especially for the set of NEPX, and it's just all us waiting if NEPX will decide to go for the strike.
Yeah, these teams really have to play on the conservative right now because they can't afford to burn down all their resources so early in the round. And mind you, it already felt like this is like a stage 7 kind of finish already because we've got so many teams depleted so early on. Understandably so. I mean, there's just limited areas to work with where we have, you know, that hill being one to be the focal point of claim. Alba's somehow still lurking around. I'm surprised he's still alive, like after all that commotion happening over on the top end of the hill. Vampire Esports still waiting for the right timing over on the far end. They could just stay put for the meantime. Talon so far playing over the far south. I mean, this is an interesting decision to take because right at this spot, as much as it's far away from harm, eventually you gotta move deeper within the field. Perhaps they're hoping that if the circle does pop a little bit further to the south, then perhaps Talon could just get a firm control, and then RQ might need to forcefully descend out the powerful position.
Definitely. Got things back here for Vampire Esports. They're coming in, drawing in here pretty close here against TODAK. Alter Ego Ares still might just meet RQ. Rio on the feed, but Vampire Esports does actually find one from afar. It's not going to be a confirmation of any eliminations, not just yet though. But they are calling in for the rotation here. They want to close up the distance.
They're trying to do so right now. Team Flash with a very late wraparound from the north. Might need to at least garner a little bit more info because they have no clue where exactly are the rest of the teams. While Team Flash also had a member hunkered over on the back just to keep the rest of T2K pretty much zoned out over the north. So Tops will be regrouping with the rest of the field. So at least some patterns have been paved out for the rest of Team Flash to follow suit. So coast is clear. We're having a little bit of standstill for now. I mean, stage 4, it's rarely we get to see half of the lobby already down and out. 9 teams remaining. And now Frantisi out in the open. Kiwi. Not going to be allowing him any further maneuvers closer towards the foothill. Jeff Stein finally gets a catch, and that is going to be on towards the members of T2K. And this is bad news. Only 2 members left for T2K.
Gonna be tough here. RQ once again. They love to play always on his mountainside. Lapar being strong here. Del Rue has to slide elevation as well. Don't have a clear angle of Vampire Esports. We draw back away from them. T2K is going to be climbing the same old mountain, looking to put themselves in the mixture. It could be a 3-way clash here. Podcast.
Yeah, very well could be. And Rules, if he find the right timing, he could actually steal a couple of points or so. Wonder if he will be able to eventually have the final say between these 2 battles as the Titans of Southeast collide. And RQ, they get the initiation, but not the drop. Instead, it was Red Bull getting it pinned down instead. 2 members quickly on the floor, while RQ, they storm all the way through. Lazarus finally recovered, but he's got a whole lot on his plate right now as the full force of the Kings are going to reign supreme with 10 total eliminations and +1. That's a total of 11.
Yeah, I mean, RQ here on this mountainside has been so promising. Earlier was able to deal with Alter Ego Ares, and now it comes down to this. Another counter meets up in their faces, and that is going to be actually Alter Ego Ares. 1 player from Alter Ego Ares, and there's going to be 2 players that you got to worry about as well from the side of T2K. Not in the pinch side, though. Really looking great now. But can T2K accumulate and make the most out of this?
They're being pinched over on this spot. No matter what the cost is, they still have to fight their way through because there's no zone for them to play with later on. Rules just have to push through. He's looking from the Pecco. He's playing ring around the Rosie, and it's going to be a wide wrap. Rules soaking all the brunt of the damage. The Pecco somehow still stay firm, even with the retaliation, and now drawing it to a close with a broken hover ground in the way. He's still trying to hit the final blow,
wow.
And then he goes down, and that was a formidable fight, but not quite enough for T2K to come up on top.
How is RQ just pulling away just like this? Why? Warden, move on. NEPX is now going to be out as well. Team Flash now they finally go for the strike. And just like that, 18 minutes, 19 minutes now into the game, we're now seeing the top 5 squads remain inside here of this round of ERANGEL.
Man, you're onto something. Team Flash might be able to be the one to challenge RQ eventually. Now, that space up on the mountain is being limited because of the advancement of the zone. And Team Flash, they got the second best option, which is that far corner of ruins where they're getting all these natural covers from. So all they really have to do right now, take a clean fight up against Talon, and they should be good to go. But Talon, they're not really finding a firm entry just yet. BTR, they've been sitting still for a very, very long time. I'm not too sure if they will be able to hold up a good defense up against Team Flash if they're gonna go full pedal into the compound.
Out here off the wrap, leaving the fire here to stay on the ground. Gonna be dropping the smoke as well. Pretty complacent out of his position. TODAK though just driving on by. I don't exactly know if they're gonna be able to see or spot him there, not just yet. After all, a very crucial one here. This might just be one of the most composed top 5s that we've seen so far. I mean, everyone's gonna be pretty much complete except for the set of BTR and Talon.
And the matter of fact, one member deficit, it's still very much playable against a stack of 4. All they really have to do is just to be a little bit more cautious on their approach. Meanwhile, Talon currently receiving a whole lot of aggression coming in with TODAK charging their way through, and they just got overwhelmed. They got pinched from both directions, including Team Flash coming from right up above, and TODAK, they just won that without even any form of fight back coming from TODAK. Talon.
Could be Team Flash mastery here once again. Odds lies into their favor, but gotta deal with their strongest matchup here, and that is gonna be RQ. But Team Flash, though, they do decide to close out the distance now up against the 2 players of TODAK, and that is gonna be free 2 eliminations to their name. Not a problem at all. With that being said, TODAK will only have 2 more players to rely on, and that is gonna be Manap alongside Frenzy.
That was just a clean swing coming out of those members of Team Flash, knowing exactly what to do, since TODAK will have to quickly go for that reset, needing to also start the engines real quick, but they don't really have the speed to also hightail out of that situation. Now, quick update. This is gonna make or break whoever is gonna be able to take that chicken in their home. And Team Flash, they gave away their prop position because they need those covers, and still portions of the hillside is still playable for RRQ.
Pushing through here, Zeo sprays down. Not gonna be able to get the shot there. Frenzy's up and away. Coming through here, Team Flash once again. They like to play type of pace, close it out. They got the first 2 eliminations here up against TODAK, then they look to get the last initial one as well. Pump to the face, sprays on by. Double child to be offered, and that is gonna be TODAK away from the competition.
Man, these guys are just mad lads. They're just storming right through without a care for their own lives, but rightfully so when you have such strong backing. Team Flash looking to secure another win to make a double chicken dinner day out of tonight. And I'm just surprised, out of the many teams that usually likes to fight for these kind of compounds, nobody's contesting BTR throughout the span of the matchup. And because of that, they make it safely into the top 3. But I think the next one to do so is going to be Team Flash. So Optimus preparing himself with a grenade. He's already got his vest being shredded out, so he can't afford to take more body damage. I mean, that could be an easy knock.
RQ. Looking to the lips here. They've done a lot so far inside of this round to fit things into their favor. That's been the king of the mountain. Now they're going to deal with BTR. A battle of 2 Indonesians and a Vietnamese. Team Flash holding it pretty still. Both squads here from side of RQ and Team Flash are going to be fully complete. BTR, though, they don't got Federalis. And a lot of more movements here coming from the side of RQ.
Yeah, they're getting a squeeze type for those spaces. They're relying on the back end of this mountain, while the rest of Team Flash are also very worried that RQ has been staying put for the longest time. I mean, they've been tracking since a lot of all these gunshots were coming in from the top side of the hill, which is why they're kind of hoping that BTR as well as RQ will just collide onto each other. And I don't think that RQ is falling prey to that. So the rest of Team Flash, they gotta start this initiation if they really want to find more of that space to really hold over on the upcoming zone. And the fact of the matter with this play, I mean, stage 6, it's just gonna take a while for them to really draw any form of blood, so they're willing to go on this stalemate for the moment. RQ, if these 2 other teams on the low ground fight, then they could just have those free picking altogether.
Definitely a lot more retention here for side of Team Flash. They're gonna deal with RQ on the top side, BTR in the middle. RQ though gonna be rotating here on the right side of the map here. He might just be able to catch one player off guard. House rotates around. Zeus here just prone behind the trunk. The par on the slight ridge. Might just be BTR here actually caught on the pincher contra.
Yeah, they're just finding any form of a small little dip to even find themselves any form of cover right now. So it's about any given moment for them to go full on explosive with this charge, and it's going to be led by Bose right now. Get multiple angles and take a look at the update. Everybody else has to move towards the direction of RQ's hill. This is bad news for BTR and Team Flash.
Ooh, big rotation here, heavily on the right side of the map. Team Flash looks to try to pave the way. RQ backs through, leaving the par there to play the cutoffs. Gonna take a lot of time. Might just have to come down to the last 20 seconds here before we get to see a lot of movements.
What's going to be the call? I mean, this is just tension brewing from all sides. Maybe not so much for RQ. I mean, they got the perfect position. They just need to wait for the rest to react to this current circumstance. And Zeus tries to perhaps bait a couple of shots. They need to gain all those info because right now they're all blindsided. They just know that BTR are sitting inside those compounds and they're being super respectful about it. Sovel, he gets the bird's eye view and he's going to unleash the clip.
Dog on his hand. One teammate here. Hold on to as well. And now look at the pressure here for the side of RQ. They want to drop in. Same goes for the side of Team Flash. BTR just observing it from afar. Moving on by. High elevation advantage here for the side of RQ.
But they're trading really well, though. I mean, the shot does connect towards the side of GF. And now, members of Alter Ego, well, my Alter Ego, excuse me. Team Flash is also vulnerable to BTR. BTR finds it! They get the catch on the little par, and this is where it might all crumble for the Kings.
Might just be it. Better Rouse once again out of the round. Comes through. Tops here tries to sustain. Pops off of his car, tries to go for the reset. Tops already crawling on the ground. Same goes for the side of Valeru. The other teammate coming in. Just one more here. Just one more connection for the side of Team Flash, and you can go for the total reset. Yes, here, big shot, and that is going to be RQ out. Team Flash still going to be on here, but has to go for the reset as well. And now it's going to be BTR here longing to go for the strike.
That was a crazy nade coming from Zeus, being the hero of this play, and now the Knight falls in, and he gets caught out! Zeus again! Oh, so close, but not quite enough! BTR finally being crowned as the victors of this massive round in ERANGEL.
Took them a bit of time. We're still on this round number 5, able to prevail. That is BTR silent all across the entirety of the round, but earlier caught on the pinch, took it slow, let the rest of the competition do the heavy work, and went for the cleanup. Able to make it happen. That's going to be pretty easy 10 points to their name.
There's just so much mind games involved in this top tree. It's all about whoever makes the first call will receive, you know, the sharp end of the stick. Where Team Flash, they called for that push. They were successful, all thanks to Zeus. But they paid the price because they were all battered and bruised up, and then that made the work a lot easier for BTR just to come in with the cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, push for the wrong call as well. Federalis comes through, but and overall, bagged in damage there, 644. Lovely plays of Tracer at the end. They knew exactly when to put in the right amount of pressure, and overall, the timing overall. It could have been a reset there for the side of Team Flash, but they knew exactly to not give him enough time and space, and he was able to get the cleanup.
Yep, just clean executions all around, and this time, as much as it wasn't the flashes of plays coming in from out of BTR, they were really smart about all these situations where they really needed to defend their ground and wait for, you know, perfect opportunities, and just like that, they saw that Team Flash, they initiated, and there was a lot of back and forth, and they were very confident that if they just swoop in on that approach, they will be able to just be handed with a win. And just like that, as much as BTR got themselves a chicken dinner, the biggest victors has to be RQ, right? I mean, how many battles did they won in this round? I lost count, honestly. It started off a bit with them bringing Alter Ego and a Malaysian team, and after that, whoever else came into contest kind of crumbled.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, no, RQ, valiant efforts regardless. Now we take a look at the head-to-head comparison here. 11 actually for the side of Team Flash. Definitely wasn't really too much of a stale round at all. Out of BTR, it's safe to say, just looking at the numbers, they did take it a bit slow on the round and just decided to bag in, safe skirmin off the last 10 points, aka the winner chicken dinner.
That's right, and I think like overall we've seen more crazy rounds coming from BTR, but this is a very different iteration that we're looking at. I mean, both of us kind of read Japanese, but this guy, he's the Packo. He's been a legend in the scene because he's been with RQ ever since its formation, and that's like what me on my dinosaur years of casting PUBG Mobile, that's like 7-8 years already. So it's just impressive to see that he's still working at such a high ratio alongside with so many different names that he's been working together with, and RQ so far showing that they are still true fighters in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they're gonna be on the trail. Lepar and tops as well. I mean, I think it's just a common fatter trend where if you get to see ERANGEL, Team Flash just never fails to really get this one done. A bit of a lighter start from them in regards to getting to all the clashes, but once more, they were able to just, accumulate what they had to pick up in regards to taking their gunfights. But overall, despite the fact that BTR was able to bag in the winner chicken dinner, #1 spot still goes to the side of Arik. They were able to claim 21 points. Team Flash will be taking the second place, and right below is your winners of the round. It's going to be BTR by Vitality with 13.
Yeah, perhaps this is where, the only thing lacking is just to really be a little bit more active and be involved in some of all these fights. Other than that, I think, like, Bigatron, they know they do have the firepower, but without Federalis, maybe the confidence wasn't exactly there because they don't exactly have angles to really challenge the rest of the pack with the presence of RQ up the hill. So they were kind of in a hostage situation because with them if they want to, most often than not, if they do get a knock, it's being stolen away by RQ, so to speak. So, impressively, take a look at tops. This is by far the longest distance that we're getting here because Team Flash, I mean, they've been fighting so many bouts, and then there was those challenges up the hillside, so they've managed to cover a distance of 473.
Yeah, despite the fact that they weren't able to get the #1 spot for the most points accumulated off the round, BTR, that is going to be enough for them to stay and actually overtake the players to Team Secret here. So they're going to be back here on the #1 spot. Team Secret dropped down by 1. We do have Team Flash here climbing by 2, but RQ, though, they got 6 rankings here that we're able to climb up from.
Yeah, we're looking at a steady climb coming in from the Indonesians as well as the Vietnamese squads overall, and then of course APG in the mix. But I want to see 4 Tribes and the rest to really chase up to the rest of the field. They're currently sitting around the mid pack. Netpex is the one that's showing good signs of progress every other round, but that's about 5 to 6 points whenever they play. So maybe they got to tone down a little bit more that aggression and maybe get a mixed balance of getting some priority onto the positioning. Then we are going to see Netpex climb even further forward. So the rest of the field, I guess they're not exactly having the best day out just yet. So we'll have to see. Tomorrow will be a better day. I mean, we still have one more round left inside Miramar for them to maybe improve their positioning.
Yeah, definitely, man. We'll see about it. For the side of the rest, though, ranks here just going downhill for side of Alter Egos alongside, Triarmacy, AZ Slumber, and Cedar Alliance. So let's see maybe if they're granted the opportunity next on the next round. Can they change the type of narrative? Ladies and gentlemen, second to the last round, said and done for today's broadcast. We still got another one to go. We'll be the last and final one. This is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 12. We'll be right back after this break.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
We're down to the final showdown here for tonight in day 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And so far, you know, it's been a pleasure casting with you, Gordon. I mean, we are seeing so many epic comebacks and also crazy rounds coming from Team Flash. And finally, BTR has been rewarded with a chicken dinner. But that was no easy feat. I mean, they didn't have the flashiest rounds, but hey, a win's a win.
Yeah, I mean, they took it slow. I mean, that has been somewhat of a tone that they were trying to put up coming from the last few rounds, especially when it came down to ERANGEL. They love to play around Pachinki, play around the Cathedral, and then took it slow and then just let the rest do the heavy work. But fortunate for set of BTR, they are going to be playing once again here on this last and final round. They got to go up against Group B, the competition of Group B. So let's see about it. I mean, we do have, what, 4 Thrives alongside, once again, they do have Flash on their respective group that has been pretty dominant in regards to the run for ERANGEL, but fortunately this time around we do stow away and we move towards the run here for Miramar.
Yep, and I guess going into this bracket, I'm not exactly sure who to vote for, to be specific. I'm thinking that, I guess I need a little time. Maybe you and Prop can go first.
I mean, for me, I feel like I remember casting one tournament here which Sem9 was able to dominate a run of the tournament, specifically in a run for Miramar. So I'm kind of hoping we get to see that. Sem9 is going to be my key of my team of choice.
Okay, that's a really good call. And I'm thinking that maybe it's about time that some of the teams from South Asia actually claims this one. I want to check with production. Is 4 Tribes playing for this round? If it is,
they are, yeah.
4 Tribes.
Yeah, they are.
4T.
4T they go. And for set of production, I mean, I was kind of proud earlier when we got to see the team secret prediction go right. We were tied up with production, but production actually voted for BTR on the last round. So production goes for Voin Donkey this time around. So I'm kind of scared. Because production knows something that we probably don't, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been one step ahead of us for most part. So Voin Donkey, I think like Voin Donkey's strength is where when they do have 4 members to really play the late runs, they are usually very, very clean. But for most part, I think that a lot of times that when they were playing in Miramar, they had like early instances of pickoffs that didn't really help them really traverse around the map. So if they had a clean run, then maybe probably will 1-up us again. So 2-up in this instance, since they've already got 2 points in. So may your predictions in the chat be in your favor as well for those guys who are watching. So make sure you guys tune in for tomorrow as well. We got another 6 rounds coming. As a matter of fact, back-to-back days all the way till Tuesday, next Tuesday that is. So make sure you guys are subscribed to Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And here we are, final run of the night for day 2.
Let's get it on here. We're heading straight towards Miramar. And looking like we are going to be slicing from the vicinity of Paraíso, the islands itself. And looking like we are going to be heading straight towards the northern side of the map. So yeah, Puerto Paraíso is going to be congested here. Same as for set Impala. There's going to be somewhat of an inclusion here that we could probably see some drops on Los Leones, Los San Martin, and Hacienda de Patron. Safe to say, Picado is going to be there as well in reach for availability. Same goes for set of El Azar. Cabrera might just be a bit of a curveball pick here for any of these teams, but the rest should try to come true.
Yep, and pretty much will be stock standard, except for the fact that a lot of the teams that used to drop over onto the Far East will need to look for other viable options, and most likely than not, when you think about options that is still rather favorable, it will be the city of Los Leones. And look at that go. Team Flash pulling into the direction alongside with ASI8, alongside with CD Alliance as well. So we're going to have maybe some small little brawls here and there inside the city, while a lot of teams are opting to fall further up the North Point. So Voin Donkey might just be onto something, because the last we saw those couple of rounds went by, a lot of the circles actually went up to the North Point. Maybe it's about time we change up the pace for a little bit, but here comes the battle by the corners of the city, and just like that, we already got ourselves the first knock falling true, and D Saviors landing the blows.
Yeah, D Xavier here so far having a pretty interesting start there, but you look at the circle as well. Funny enough, it's going to be the first time here on today's broadcast where no one from the initial drop will have it. But back to the Xavier here. Paradin leads the way and finds Baby out and within. And that is going to be the first initial frag to be seen here on his round.
Ooh, just overwhelming them with those sure numbers. And lucky enough, they found themselves some Tommy guns, some micro Uzi, which is great for all these close range battles, right? So Huzaifa, he's found himself another micro Uzi as well. Going up against Shin this time around. I mean, he heard all those footsteps. Can he actually play it through perfectly? Okay, gets a glimpse, but not quite connecting though.
Uzi, they're on the range. Doesn't really work out. Decides to close it up now. Up against the UMP though. Has to back through. You do have that option here to try to disengage, but ASA somewhat kind of eager to probably try to get things done. Casanova finds one, looks to get the slurs there, but not going to be enough to get the connection. Now she says Shindo does get tugged up. Micro Uzi on the hand, sprays on by. Shin left to the right, and oh my days, the Micro Uzi prevails in the S12 to finish it all off. ASA still trying to fight, and they're able to find another one down to the ground.
And Team Flash, they thought that this is a perfect opportunity to strike, and instead it's Huzaifa clutching it all by his own. It's just crazy. I mean, that repeat kind of costed that member of VX, and now here comes Tom. He's just charging right through. Little does he know there's actually two members right across, but he's still going to go in, gunning to secure it.
Get some more here out of DBS. Nate T. Through. Let me say elevation here. So far, 4 for the side of the Xavier, 3 for the side of ASA, 3 for the side of SM9 as well. Flash here, late for the mix-up. Giving enough time here for Nate T to actually pop the pill as well. Maybe this be the perfect opportunity for him to go for the strike. Not exactly. Be a double channel now. Utils can be thrown all over the place. Back through, Flash taking their time. You don't want to fall into the trap. After all, the DBS can do wonders.
He's got the sticky grenade coming through. He's trying to avoid the blast as well. Only chipping a slight bit of health coming from the side of Nate T. The double stack now will be pretty much segregated, while Zeus is confident just to take him on. He knows that he's just by the corner, clips him by the leg, and the Savior down and out.
Yeah, first initial squad now here out from the play. Unfortunate for the side of the Xavier. Now here for the side of Flash. The clash continues here for them. And talking enough, see the Alliance going to be here as well here for the mix-up. SM9 in the process though finds the whole total wipeout there up against AZ Slumber. That's going to be a pretty strong start here from them as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, looks like the fight's not over yet with the presence of ASI8. I mean, Huzaifa really have shown up strong on all these duels that he partakes in. M249 in the hands of Olio. Well, as much as he's got, you know, the weapon that could just unleash like hundreds of bullets, reloading that will take forever. But more often than not, you just switch over to the other weapon when you are fielding an M249. So, look at this standstill. It seems like it's a gridlock, right? Because nobody gets to really move out of the way because CD Alliance is kind of currently holding the far corners. Delta, though, going on the challenge, and SM9 so far looking depleted. They managed to go in for the recovery, not so much for Trexie. So Delta's just going to be holding him over onto this point to see whether if SM9 is willing to risk themselves for this pickup.
It's kind of unfortunate here for the side of Team Flash overall inside of this round where they were really able to sustain their 2 players. After all, there was someone on that run to probably overtake BTR, but it really happened here for the side of SM9. Unfortunate for them, Circle doesn't really fit to their favor. Now they're going to be caught in the blue zone. They have to deal with the players of Trier Airmassy, especially Delta here, trying to gatekeep them away from the safe zone.
Yeah, SM9 just decided to cut their losses in that sense. I mean, they're so far off of where they need to be, so it's better for them to prioritize moving into a safer space for them to actually play out the rest of the match. And I guess, you know, we're running late in the night. Some of the energy coming from the players are slowly getting depleted as well. So they're taking the tempo a little bit slower this time around. As much as I say slow, right? It's about 3 teams that almost get fully eliminated, and this could be another one. City Alliance getting the front of the damage.
Praise on by! Oh. The way through. Zypha still tries to go for the commitment, but you're the only player alive for your squad, and you don't really hit it all through now. The Alliance does get tagged up to 2 players here crawling on the ground. Gotta worry quick though. It's Team Flash tops here. Might not waste enough time. Thinks through, but doesn't really go for the engagement. Not just yet. Only if only he knows. But fortunately enough, Casim is going to be able to buy enough coverage as well, ensuring that Team Flash doesn't get any free hits.
Oh, Kasim's just doing a massive thing to really keep them at bay. Because the rest of CD Alliance, they were positioned in such an awkward angle because they were taking on Zypha. And now they get to at least go in for the reset, all thanks to the coverage of Kasim, aka Jimmy OP. And Team Flash decides, you know what, let's fall back. We go in for a reset, and I always find this skin for this bus to be a little weird. It's like a dirty Pikachu. I don't know what to call it.
A rugged Pikachu. Well, it definitely stands out. I don't exactly know if that's a vehicle you want to hold on to. You know, in a game where stealthiness somewhat is something you want to hold on to. But back here on the clash here for the side of CD Alliance and Team Flash, obviously much more cautious here for Team Flash, as they are definitely down with the numbers. The zone's going to be starting to close out though, and we all know the circle has shifted pretty far away from the initial drop itself, so they got to go for the run here. Same goes for the side of Netpex, AST, and Sem9, as they're the only squad's going to be laid off for the rotation.
They're so many kilometers away. I mean, it's going to take a while. Rick, as well as the rest of AST, they're about to bypass this section. But look at Netpex. They're actually waiting around this corner, so I'm not too sure if they really want to commit to that fight, because Netpex, they look like they really want in for more.
What do you do? They get more though. Rexo has an oversight, has him in 14 as well. And for the side of AST, I mean, you're looking at it, it is going to be them just holding on to this side. I mean, you're at this point in time where you want to go for the chase down, try to get those eliminations, and then Tribe Airmaster does actually make it happen, but has to deal with one more player, and that is going to be Domain there on the top side. They do drop down here, looking like they want to go head to head up against Domain.
Wow, AST just absolutely outsmarted them. They knew that they were trying to set up a camp over on the corners, and it looks like we got ourselves a CQC combat once again. And BTR, they're shred apart. Oh, thanks to Superman! He's doing it all alone! What in the world I'm witnessing? And now it's all down to Ken. He's going in for the direct challenge, and he finally puts him to sleep. But man, that was too much damage being soaked by BTR.
Able to make it happen once again. BTR has to deal with APG, East, and Refus. Picking up the nade now. Not looking great here for a set of BTR. Another nade flies in. Simultaneously, they pop. And Kent throws it up and within. Flash Blue Live back and forth trades. And that is going to be a confirmation for Doke to take away Kent. BTR is now going to be out from the round.
Oh, he just ran past, but he was clipped by the windows once again. Alpha Gaming also not really in the clear, as there's still the rival of 4 tries over on the corner. It really feels like this is a box of death right now over on the compound. Whoever goes in somehow succumbs to the wrath of those teams by the outskirts. But 4 tribes, they're not willing to really fully commit to send more bodies over onto the block, so they're just going to wait it out. So APG, they're happy enough to quickly go in for the recovery. And now we're only having 11 teams left here in Stage 2, so plenty more space over on the south side. Now, what I really do like about the terrains over the south is that it's very mountainous. So all these players, they could actually rely on a whole lot of natural covers, which is super abundant. But now with the lack of teams, I felt like maybe it's really harder to run into one another, so they still got to find certain ways to take claim. Talent Esports, they do have the vantage point up above, but it is going to be 4 tribes who have already been up here from the get-go, but they will have to give way since there is just more players coming in from E2K at the very same time.
For sure, now here we're looking at the circle. Pretty compact here now. And it does shift towards the northern side as well. Definitely going to be the valleys here occupied now. And Talent so far are going to be picking up the fight now up against one initial squad. It's going to be 4 thrives, and that is going to be not cool. Finding another frag up and within.
Oh boy, it's still a long ride coming in from Sem9, coming from North. As much as they do have a little bit more of that space to work with, they don't really have those full intel when they do actually go deeper into the field. So we'll have to see how will they actually play that out. Talent Esports now having to at least secure themselves some great grounds to deny that space up against the rest of T2K. Whereas Rex over here challenging APG at the very same time. And they definitely do have a little bit more of that cover to play with, but they have to fall back. There's still shots being fired by the rest of APG. Reffles gets taken out instead.
Needs to get another here. APG so far has been one of those squads that has been somewhat of a contender, but so far at least those 2 casualties does go to their way. Off their formula cards they go. They do drop some elevation here, and they want to call for a reset. They want to try to wrap around the outskirts here because there's definitely going to be a lot of attention up in their eyes.
Alpha Gaming took this opportunity to just swerve into a better location, and they fall back into the same compounds. Zeus was actually scouting all about, and they got caught out by the rest of Cellcom Digital Alliance's presence. And with their current position, they should be able to easily claim that 1 member out of Team Flash, and that only leaves 1 more member remaining. Not quite sure where exactly he's currently situated, and look at the rest of Pubg Esports, and I finally figured out who M is. He's actually Master. I mean, it took me a while to really put the pieces together. I mean, yep, it's all about these off-season things once again. Naki, oh, he finally pinned down Ease.
So battle pickups once again, though. Going donkeys, they're going to be drawing the pace here in the space. Boomies first on the contrary, just holding on towards the top side. 4 thrives though here on the other side of the map. Going to be spotting over the players of APG, and that is going to be Noki just pressing the players away. But unfortunately for him, no, he doesn't really get the call. There's no one really inside of the smoke, so he's just wasting a lot of his bullets.
I mean, he's just burning those vehicles, right? Just locking them into this shack, and I guess like APG, even if they really want to rotate later on, it's gonna be a very hard ordeal for them to deal with. So, yeah, is it worth expending those bullets? It's a big maybe because it's still very early. 4 tribes, they are in one of the best locations possible. No matter how the circle shifts, 4 tribes will still belong in it. And true enough, it seems like the ones who are the kingmakers of this round. Talon takes charge of the south. Pubg Esports over on the far west. And still undecided onto whether ASD or Netbacks will be able to exert a little bit more control over onto the far locations. But the good news for APG is that they are currently around the center. So as much as they don't have those vehicles, it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is definitely probably the lowest run that we've had here for Miramar on today's broadcast, and I don't blame them at all. I mean, after all, this is the last and final round. Every team is trying to make the most out of this here so far. And APX, they do come across the players of Aramasi on the other side of the map, but alongside Cedar as well, they're towards the back. And fortunately enough, though, as they are playing around the outskirts, they do have the zone right next towards them, so rotation's not going to be a problem later on in the long run.
Yeah, understandably so why the pacing is maybe a little bit slower than the rest is because, first and foremost, we know we started off with nobody really getting the best out of the zone over in the far east. So they kind of need to traverse such a long distance to claim those grounds. And even teams like Sem9, they have to really take like such a wide wrap to finally get to the spacing. And even so, I mean, it's just a little bit hard when you have so much covers as well as all these elevations to deal with. Right now, Pubg Esports getting challenged by the rest of Voing Donkey. It takes an Indonesian team to take on another, it seems. While Mastery being very cheeky with his angles, he's going to be the first contact between Razak as well as Zeta. And this time, really has to seek out his position, but they can't afford to really go too far deep.
Well, look at the Nana barrage coming through. Boom, M finds one player caught off guard. Pants down. Looks to get another, but S12K overpowers him. Now, Voing Donkey Gakora here tries to put himself into the mixture. close it down just a little bit. Esports here. The Punisher. They're just going to be down there to the ground. It all has to come down to far. Jar to try to stay alive here for the squad. Finds another big connection there off the S12. The trail down off the nade, able to put him down to half. In my days, this is not really looking good here for either end. And soon enough, we get to see a small town Esports are on the top side.
At least he gets to recover his members while they manage to get one knock. And Void Donkey still deciding whether to go in for the full flush because they only got a glimpse of who's there and they only punished Mastery on the approach. And look who's over on the outskirts. Talon Esports once in 3 Indonesian teams, making it look like this is the PMSL Indo finals for some reason. And now here comes the push. Zeta finally wants to draw blood.
He's gonna get cooked here. Looking to throw it down. Kakor hiding behind the car. Finds the nade to connect! Ooh, my days!
Just beautiful!
Just like that, boom, Esports eliminated.
And now they gotta quickly lick their wounds though. I mean, Talon, they're not too far off, and the nades are falling very quickly. And the rest of the field, they're lying in wait. 4 Tribes is actually not too far off. They could once again third party, and they can do so. And my. This is probably one of the hardest circles to play out. This is the Valley of Doom. Like, nobody should belong over the far right-hand side because it is a massive dip, and it is pretty much within the crosshair of all the teams who are on top of the mountain over on the west.
Not looking good here. Has to come down to precise rotations alongside utilizing the terrain. A lot of these teams lay on rotation. Holding on to the bottom side might just feed off the pressure. Or Thrives. I mean, they're chilling here on top of the mountain. And with nothing too much to worry about here so far. So got 7 seconds left before the circle once again decides to close out on. And it does start to restrict here, Contra.
Yeah, plenty of time and space for them to buy. 4 tries, I mean, so long as they are disciplined enough, they should be able to back those points up against those members of Talon. And maybe even more over on the rest of the field. Speaking of Talon Esports, they're already hunting out for that sole member driving on the minibus. And instead, it is the rest of 7-9 catching on to the members of AST. You know, over on the quarters, the Alliance, as much as they're soaking in some of all these shots, it doesn't seem like there's going to be much that they could actually make out of it. While the rest of 7-9 just goes puncturing through the zones. And I'm thinking that Yuha is just hoping to go in for a wide flank to catch the rest of these members of AST, and he's already digged into that position. This might just be it for 7-9.
Could be it. Definitely. 7-9 here. Maybe off the rotation. Going to avoid the madness now, but Yumika's going to be having this cool, nice overview up against Triber Mastery. So he can definitely provide the lane here for the rest of his team to come and close out the distance. And Nate's going to be coming in to the play. No connection though. Triber Mastery definitely feeling the pressure now. 7-9, a bit of hesitation here for them.
Yep. He's all alone for the moment, and he's just waiting for the rest to also follow suit. But that big drop coming from down under is going to be depleting their resources right now. AST kind of bunch up all together, making the work for Yuhai to be so much easier. But then again, he's not willing to really peek far too wide. And here comes Nepex. They crash the gates, and straight into APG they go.
Coming in, Board Dog finds the shot. That is going to be NEPX now going to be eliminated. Alpha Gaming, they still stay alive. Out of that, what lies next here is going to be Tribe Master here closing it up once more. They got 4 players here. Tribe Master about to go for the push out up against APG. As we all know, they only got 2 players remaining on their side.
I feel like all these teams are moving towards APG's direction because they were on the desperate attempt to find any form of cover. And speaking of which, Doc already pulled position, and that great gate crash with the monster truck allows the rest of Rig to just drive right through and find a little bit more opening to challenge the rest of APG. Now it's only down to Doc. Can he actually go win that 1-versus-1 duel? And now the zone still favors 4 tribes.
It surely does. For Thrives. On the mountain side, the rest of the competition, except for the one player Flash, is going to be right there next to them. Predator Messi though, the clash continues. It does ensues once again. Doc here with an S12. Same goes either on the bottom side. Big ol' spray down. Able to get one. Looks to get the trade. Looks to get the confirmation. Throws on the molly as well to get the clear angle and get another frag to their name. Shots fired. Able to eat up a few bullets, but still staying alive.
Wow, Doc is just so efficient on his approach. Despite him playing it all alone, he's already brought a total of 6 points back towards the team already. And he's also willing to share the spot with Ray, but just hoping to eventually seek him out. He's losing those angles, but it does not really matter too much. Because right now, AST, they want to find that position inside the zone. APG, they don't really have the vehicles to actually come forward. Zeta now going on approach. The 2 members of Troll Tribes waiting for him to arrive. And just like that, gets the double shutdown. Boing Donkey is out.
Boing Donkey out in the mix. We still got 8 more teams to worry about. Now, 4 Thrives. They look to sustain this one through, but losing another player in the process might just bite them down. Now all eyes on the prize here for the side of Triber, Messi, and Sem9. Big ol' fight, but really great control here so far for Sem9 here on the compound.
Boy, oh boy, Sem9 right now. We'll have to see whether they can actually hold firm. There's only 2 members of AST approaching. Tops also by the far corner, but I don't think he wants to partake in this one. Those nades now send right through. You make go, sitting duck! And just like that, ZOD secures that number, but Rick got caught up in between. And now down to ZOD, he's going
no
for a blood. And oh my word! He just deleted the entirety of the Tigers to M9!
What just happened there? Oh.
Unbelievable.
Oh my days.
Absolutely unbelievable. He just rushed through.
Now it continues once again, back and forth action. Talon Esports here up against Telecom DG Alliance. This team drops down. Talon Esports so far in control on the top side. Next, Axel finds one for himself and takes another player off from the players of 4 Tribes.
A lot of pressure right now from the members of 4 Tribes as Talon right now taking the reign as they are trying to deal with T2K at the same time. Telecom DG Alliance right over the bottom looking for Mimi, while Achilles is also trading right back. So there's multiple teams that they're handling, but Achilles all alone though, he cannot afford to get knocked.
Not at all. Bridge on by. Now Cool finds can see him 99 away. They don't worry about Bobby there on the bottom side. Gonna be one player from the side of T2K here slithering on by, gets a heady connected, but he also gets tagged up as well. Telecom DG Alliance might be the next squad that might get eliminated off this very wave. Talon Esports on the dominating run, 5-3 to their name. Push on by another casualty, and that will be T2K out. Same old play, and now it's gonna be a 4-way standoff now, with Talon Esports having the complete composition with the rest only having one player to rely on.
Oh, this is just absolutely tense. Talon Esports, they're just defiant in nature. They've been able to just put up solid defenses, and then now comes late game. You saw the 4 stack just ringing through, working side by side every single time, and even confident enough to let Achille to just take cover over the south, and they just absolutely open up all these rooms. And even 4 Tribes, despite them being all around this corner, they had to give way, and now they're only left with 1. So Talon, this game is definitely within grasp.
Yeah, no way in hell. It's the spy on their hands. 4 Thrives. In Flash. Triber and Messi. It's all gonna come down to the timing here. Talon Esports, as you did say, all up in their grasp. Earlier, there was a build-up that Talon Esports could come out with a win. But it didn't really happen. Now it's the perfect time for them to claim this. They're just going to play their cards right, play the time right after all, to get the map for themselves.
Plenty of all the space for Tops to play it safely right now. He doesn't really have to reveal his location, but Zio, he's always been active over in the far corner. And now the real spots him out, so this is going to be quite tough for Team Flash to really get out of that rut. Zyro, meanwhile, he does have a little bit more of that terrain, but then again, he's not in the zone just yet. He's got the call true, but he's actually challenging Tops right down under. Fortunately for Tops, I mean, that grenade was a little short. And now, how on earth is he supposed to push through? I mean, maybe his other approach is to go down towards the lower ground in order to play this, but he really wants to go in to take out the final member of Tribe.
Wooden Talon out here closing in. Yep, that should be a player out from the hands of Four Thrives. Oh, he gets one in the process though. Should be a confirmation off the kill. No, it doesn't happen. They can get the reset, and now it's just gonna be the only player remaining from the side of Tribe, Aramasi. And that cool doesn't want to waste time. They got it done. Talon Esports closing out the night with a winner chicken dinner.
This will be the second time that Talon secures it, one for each day. And to end the night strong, they're climbing their way back to the top again. I just love their approach. I mean, you saw what they did. They played it a little bit more safely from Valdemar, and then slowly scale up the hillside, little by little, and then they took over with their full squad strength, overwhelming Four Tribes. And once they are overwhelmed, they kind of took the whole control of this game in this entirety, because everyone from the east side, they were struggling to even try to make their way over on the side of the mountain because of the presence of Talon Esports.
Well, yeah, definitely, man. I mean, we were truly in control right from the get-go, just by looking at how they were able to maneuver around. And you know, quite unfortunate and pretty fortunate for the side of Talon Esports that they were able to overtake mountainside there from the hands of Four Thrives. I honestly thought Four Thrives would be coming away with that win right there on the round just by looking at the map control, but Talon Esports took the gamble, they took the fight, and the rest was history.
Yep, I couldn't say it any better. I mean, overall, Talon, they really look to be very composed on their execution as well. I think that there was certain instances where if they were mismanaging certain fights, it could actually have been them crumbling instead. We saw like the three-way Indonesian battle that took place with RRQ and also another team involved as well. And then they just slowly whittled them down. They didn't really have to fully commit. And I think like this approach, a very calculated measure, has definitely benefited Talon Esports in general, where they're just showing off that they still have pretty much great protocols set into place in order to back those wins home. So I guess we said enough about these gentlemen. We got to see who else have been able to really put up some great numbers. And AST definitely was surprising to me that they've been able to squeeze into the top two.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar, I mean, they've always fallen to the fad where at the start of the game, they've been always falling. Surprisingly enough, here, fortunately, at the last and final round, they were able to sustain and put themselves into the mixture of the top four squad next to Four Thrives, Team Flash, and obviously the winners, Talon Esports. Hey, getting closer there for Miramar. Fortunately, there's still going to be a lot more days up ahead to prove themselves a bit better compared to how it went down today's broadcast.
True enough. And then when we go head to head, it's got to be Naki as well, where as much as he did manage to convert a lot of those points, we saw the presence of Naki when he was actually taking the hilltops. He was just holding APG hostage. And then we got Doc just having the absolute defensive mentality to really hold out all these teams around the compound, making him one lethal player to deal with. So he's got himself those 5 points. Damage numbers, it's definitely Naki that actually triumphs in this one.
And that's the thing about APG, is that they were always on the run, even from yesterday's run where they showed a lot of promise. It's just unfortunate this time around here for today's run is that they didn't really back through and get the spotlight, at least as a whole squad though. But for the side of Miramar, they do have Zoy himself here having 4 eliminations to his name, 10 utilities used on that map, and nearly 1,000 damage to his name.
Yeah, that's an immense number overall. I mean, ASC, they really fought their way out in order to make it into the top 2. And at a certain point, I thought Four Tribes would be able to also win out in particular, but it's all thanks to their presence that they have been able to really pick them apart. So that being said, we definitely do have the involvement of another player of Four Tribes as well, with a total of the 666 damage, tying it alongside with Achil with the numbers of eliminations to back the top performing players title heading into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Fortunately enough for today's run as well, I mean, all across the winners, it has been pretty vibrant. A lot of colors for sure, and has been a lot of toss-ups. But this round here particularly has been probably the closest in regards to the margin of points that the number 1 squad was able to claim compared to the number 2. Only 5 points up here for Talent Esports. Rasu there was able to bag in 15 to their name. Fourth drive, they're on the trail with 11, 7 for 7 for set of Team Flash and Alpha Gaming. And Satcom Digital Alliance just come again. You know, late bloomers definitely. It's just so unfortunate that they can't really bag in the right tone to win off their gunfights.
Yeah, when we go back into standard play, a little bit more strategic, it really shows a different variation of what these teams could actually achieve. So I would say that everyone gets a couple of points to at least add up to the tally for the moment. Yumiko, aka Mika, has been able to secure the longest title of sniping somebody from right across inside of Miramar. So other than that, I think it's been pretty great of what we have been able to actually witness for today. We end the day with a little bit more of a slower pace. I mean, the rest of the rounds, I think there's something special about it. Coming in from Team Flash, the rowdiest of the bunch, and then you also have all these 4v4 duels, which is absolutely epic.
I mean, the first 4 rounds, it all went down to a pretty heavy banger of an ending. For the last one, though, I would say it was pretty okay. But the second to the last was a bit anticlimactic. But hey, BTR was able to make it happen. A lot of things surely has came by, but hey, we know for a fact the schedule here for August for this tournament has been pretty compact. We're not even going to be taking a break at all coming in between the playoffs and the grand finals. We're just going directly into it.
That's right. I mean, there's still more to go, and can you imagine how the finals is going to look like if we're already seeing, certain teams reveal what their trump card is already, what they're capable of. So I believe that APG, they're not really showing everything on the line just yet, but Team Secret today definitely has been one to boost back home a chicken dinner of their own. Also, thanks to Doc L, that's been able to really turn crazy amount of damage numbers. I mean, that's 3,362. Oh, so far, this is definitely the highest of the bunch.
Yep. I mean, hey, he was on top of the board, I think, somewhat nearly on top of the board at the start of the broadcast and still retained this one through. Team Secret, earlier, able to make it happen. I mean, we were able to bag our first initial correct prediction on who's going to win a certain map, and rest will come through. On the trail is going to be Ken from the side of BTR. Same goes for the side of Superman here for the side of MG and Vikings Esports. And Doc, obviously, is no question to ask. Always going to be there as well on the top 5 here. And last but not the least, we got a guy that I exactly don't know the name, bro.
Well, I guess we just call him GF, right? It's just so hard to...
GFC?
Yeah, GF Sly, GF Steve, GF STY.
These names, bro.
If it's an abbreviation, what exactly does it mean? Like girlfriends?
Hey.
Let's not do it. Let's not do it. Okay, here's the overall brackets though. We start off the day with Kenny being the main hitman, and he's still the main hitman so far. And with Doc L joining the list, he's really chasing up to the pace of Kenny S.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Man on the scopes doesn't matter for Dackle himself. Tops there as well, alongside Zeus. 2 players from the side of Team Flash. I mean, it's pretty much expected that they're going to be here, especially what they did earlier on the second run there for the side of ERANGEL. And last but not the least, you got Ken from the side of BTR.
Yeah, Mr. Coach himself actually stealing the show right now, besting his own players. Maybe it's time to get out of that pro player retirement and back into, whipping out his phone every other day on that circuit. So we'll have to see on the regular season if he's going to be playing any of these matches, because he looks really good as he's leading BTR to the top of the table. And now 3 points ahead of Team Flash, but Team Flash is absolutely on the rise.
Yep, Team Flash, I mean, it really all snowballed ever since the second round there for the set of ERANGEL. They climbed up so much rankings here for them, able to overtake Team Secret. Argue they're going to be still though on the number 4 spot, but 4 thrives though. Eyes on the prize for them, 59 points to their name. Then we move over towards the second page of the bracket. Driver and Massey, with the stellar performance that they were able to put up there, 15 points on the name for the last and final round, is able to overtake 7 teams in the process here, Contra.
Wow, that's a whole lot of ranks that they've been able to jump, all thanks to this final round of Miramar with those 15 points for them to leapfrog up ahead. Meanwhile, City Alliance, slow and steady pacing. They're just maintaining themselves for now with those points being backed. So they're still safe for the moment as we're looking at the top 16. So I would say that now it's a cause for concern for the rest of the pack, because with only limited days for them to make it to the grand finals, the rest of these fields currently sitting towards the bottom of the barrel need to step up, especially for ASI as well as 7-9. Boingdaki, that round itself, I thought that it would have actually been so much more, but instead they only got 3 points. D-Saber, they are looking for fights. They got themselves those fights, but only one fight. That's it. It's only those 4 points, and as much as it's a climb, they're still far off because currently the benchmark is being held with 35 for HORAA Esports.
Yeah, definitely, man. 7-9, Ace-8, down there on the bottom bracket. Fortunately, 2 notable brands that has been pretty impactful on their respective time. Well, not really the best of shape form here, coming from the last 2 days of this run for the invitationals, but we still got plenty of days once again for them to, you know, prove themselves and show a different type of form. You know, there's still a lot of opportunities up ahead there, Contra.
True enough, you know, tomorrow is always a better new day for them to, you know, revitalize, come up with brand new strategies, and maybe we'll see even more immense play. So make sure you guys hit that sub button right now, because we will be here same time, same place for even more action of the playoffs. It's once again Contra as well as Warden as your storytellers for the evening, and we hope you have a great night, and we'll see you again for tomorrow.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on. Let's go. to the ring.